along the wall. So she did make the adjustments in that second game. She sets up the push shot. There's Hannah out there to make the block and take it away. But you've got to, as you said, Adam, you've got to use that high back straight. Take some time, take 5-6 seconds, high back straight, just to take a little bit of a step away from them defensively, right, away from Hannah.
Yes, you have to absolutely change expectations. You cannot decapitate a headless beast.
No. But in that case, oftentimes 2 heads are better than 1.
And check out my mantle. I believe we're now on YouTube, by the way.
Oh, all right. Well, let's give people a couple of minutes to realize that, and then
maybe they don't realize it.
We'll say hi to them. But yeah, if you have any questions for us on Twitch, or if you're watching on YouTube, yeah, Adam and I are here to take all your questions. We'll answer anything. Ask us anything. AUA. Hannah, who leads 1-0 here in the third, has that one blocked and taken away by Sully, who is fighting for her tournament life here in this third game of this opening set. Tic-tac along the wall. She'll bring it across, set up the push shot, take her time, and try to stroke it long, but goes wide of the goal. And on goal here, and nice save with the left hand by Hannah. Sends that one up the table off a front pin. Sully will step back, and she's got to be careful because she did get stuffed twice in that first game. Keeping it out of the front of the goal here as she fires that angling push shot up the table. Back comes Hannah with a pull kick taken away by Sully. North side effort. Back comes Hannah off the back pin. A chance to increase her lead here. So it's all about defense. Of course, Hannah is an excellent offensive player. She's going to get results there as well. But it's the defense that is really dictating things right now. She's up 2-0 here in game 3. These two, as you said, Adam, are partners, but they're also rivals in singles. And more so as time goes by, and especially as Hannah picks up some wins. Saw the attempted straight there by Sully, but she didn't really sell it.
So far, everything Hannah has done is play a game that she has come with, pre-described. She knows what she's doing. What Sully has to do is get her out of that zone, that mindset, to start guessing and second-guessing herself.
It's 3-0.
But she is on this torrid offense right now in this third game. I don't see that yet happening, but it could still happen.
Yeah, Sully can pick them up in clusters and do it very quickly. But, the nice pass up the table to the 3-rod of Hannah Smith. She does have a timeout remaining. It's match point. It's championship point for Hannah Smith. What a performance by Smith. She beat her in the winner's bracket. She's about to beat her here in the final as well, unless Sully can put together an epic comeback. But based on the way that Hannah has been playing defense and based on the way she has played overall, Hannah Smith is the champion.
And again, I think that's a textbook way. If you ever want to watch a match and know what somebody comes up with a game plan, watch that from the end and go backwards and see what it was that Hannah kept doing correctly, and Sully never got out from underneath that weight.
It was all business from the great Mississippi player Hannah Smith as she defeats Sullivan Rue in the women's singles final to claim the championship here at the 2023 Bart O'Hearn celebration. That was an impressive performance from Hannah. All right, Adam. Do we have questions, comments?
A couple people. We see Klepto Killer Gaming saying, "Yeah, foosball."
I'm sorry, what?
Klepto Killer Gaming.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Saying, "Yay for foosball."
Yay.
Happy to be seeing some foosball happening. Lee Yimmel. Is Frederic Collignon the greatest of all time?
Ah, boy, got to think about that one for I don't know, 0.1 second. All right. Yeah. No. To answer that question of earlier, yes, Frederick Collignon, and we brought him up during that women's match. He is unquestionably the greatest foosball player in the history of the world, no doubt about it. He finished #1 on our list of top 50 greatest players of all time. And if you want to hear that list, go to foosballradio.com. But no question about that.
We got best player of the world. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. GG, well played. And referring to that match we just watched. Yeah.
And someone asking simply, how are you, Adam?
Jeff, Texas guy. I'm great. I really appreciate you air quoting nothing. I see you got a new keyboard that has quotes on it. And we have other people are, y'all, if you could just get in Twitch and just start asking questions there.
Yeah.
And we have K. Miguez. I know who that is. I don't want to say the whole name.
What is it?
K. Miguez.
Oh, Kevin. Yeah.
Kevin. Okay. Or you just go ahead and say it all and just dox him.
I'm sorry. Am I not allowed to?
I don't know. The etiquette that I'm aware of is that you just say their handle, and if they feel like telling you
Oh, I got you.
that or their social security number, greatest list of fears, and what they're scared of.
An active credit card.
Yeah. Or inactive. I can make anything work. Hey, Jim, and AKA the best beast commentator.
Beast?
Beast.
Oh, Beast commentator. You are the Beast commentator.
Adam. Heard y'all last night talking about Art Bell. Well, you know what, Jim?
What's
That's
that?
exciting because we talked about that last night.
We did talk about Art Bell.
Yeah, we not only did, but we also mentioned afterwards that, who's going to actually know what that actually meant.
Well, there's 3 of us now.
Yeah, there's 3. Y'all doing an awesome job. Thanks from Cajun Country. Well, thank you from Hill Country.
What's that?
Thank you from Hill Country.
Yeah,
Aren't we in
Hill Country to Cajun Country. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, continue to bring us questions, comments, anything else. It's a chance to kind of get inside the Inside Foos booth here this weekend, and we're happy to answer anything. That's Dave Gummison warming up on table number 1. It's going to be Gummison and McMillan versus Ori and Smith. Going to see Hannah Smith, who just won that women's singles championship playing with Dennis Ori, against one of the greatest teams of all time in Gummison and McMillan. Let's throw that out there. I think you and I, we're going to give our list of the 5 greatest American teams in the history of the American Tour. 5 greatest teams in the history of the American Tour. All right.
Right now?
Right now.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, number 5.
Number 5. Number 5, let me think here.
I was unprepared for this. Let's see.
All right, I think I got it.
Okay, you go first.
I think I'm at number 5 for me is going to be Terry Moore and Bob Diaz. Won only 1 world championship together, but won something like 15 major open titles. So I've got those 2. I've got the team of Moore and Diaz at number 5.
You know what? I just want to hear your 5. I don't even. I'd rather hear your 5.
All right, so let me go. Let me think here.
And I'm not trying to. You think it for a second. I'm not kicking it down.
I've got two teams at number 5.
Okay.
So I've got Moore and Diaz at number 5, and my other team at number 5 is Moore and Diaz. So I've got Terry Moore and Bob Diaz tied with Ryan Moore and Bob Diaz. How's that? Ryan Moore and Bob Diaz, I think, won 3 world championships together. So Moore and Diaz are my number 5. At number 4, I've got the team we're about to see. I've got Dave Gummison and Tracy McMillan. That is my 4th best team, 2-time world champions. And you know who they beat in those 2 finals?
Whom?
I will mention their names in a minute.
Yeah.
Here. But they also won 3 national championships together. What a great team. And there they are right there. That is my number 4 greatest team of all time right there. Number 3, I've got a team that thankfully I heard is going to be playing together again at the Tornado Championships coming up here in a couple of weeks. I've got Tony Spredeman and Robert Mares.
Oh, that's your 3?
Number 3. Yeah.
That's your 3?
That's my number 3.
That's your 3?
Hey, you know why?
No. Oh, I know why.
I've got 2 names for you.
Yeah.
David Merring and Steve Grant.
Okay.
All right. Those are the 2 names, and that's why they're at number 3. Figure that one out.
Oh, I think. Well, I get it. But
get it?
Yeah. Okay.
At number 2, I've got the legendary team of the 1970s. I've got Wiswell and Furry at number 2. I don't really remember what my top 5 when we did this on Foodstock Live, but this is what I'm feeling in the moment. Number 2, I've got Jim Wiswell and Doug Furry. who won a world championship, multiple events, were really the best team on the toughest tour in history back in the 1970s. And number one, no question about it, it is going to be Frederic Collignon and Todd Lafredo, who won 12 Tornado World Championships together, probably 5 or 6 Hall of Fame Classics, and a Nationals as well. They also won, and people don't know this, they also won 3 international World Championships together on Garlando and on Tech-Ball, which was an official table and world championship back then. So that's my 5.
I'd like to invite the Foosball in 1970s Facebook page to send any mail. They're at the snub about Bells and Bednar to
Number 6. Number 6.
And nobody played foosball in the 80s.
No. 80s. The 80s, it's a tough one. You probably from the 80s. I'm probably going with Bacon and Chalafu as my team of the 80s.
Yeah.
But I've got them at number 7.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm sure I'm forgetting someone.
Yeah, you got Horton and Green. You've got
That was a one-off.
one-off.
They won 1 world championship.
I've got pamphlets.
You have pamphlets. I don't know what that means.
My top 3 list is best player of the world. Top list of players of all time: Frederic Collignon, Tony Sprademan, and Billy Pappas.
Yeah.
Honored mention: Jim Stevens push kick. Wow.
Well, thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. Best player of the world, 69. I have it as that is the number 1 all-time greatest shot. It's proven. It's on YouTube. It's on the internet. But you're forgetting about somebody on that top 3 list. You've left somebody out. Somebody prominent.
On the top 3 list?
Yeah. Somebody missing. The guy who was number 2 on our list of the top 50 greatest.
Oh yeah. Yeah, best player. Speak for yourself. What happened to Lafredo?
Yeah.
Where's he on your list?
Yeah.
In your precious list?
Adam, you're a beast.
Who even makes lists about foosball?
Well,
What nerds?
We did every week for a year and a half. Yes, we did.
I remember making up a few of those.
There were some great ones, and there were some others that were
No,
but
yeah.
there were some good ones. Finally we ran out. There was nothing else to list.
Yeah, it got yeah. You know, when you start reaching for top 5 best food buffets at a restaurant or at a foosball tournament, you probably should maybe go to a different segment.
For sure.
I will tell you though, you should go check out the Foosball Radio page. Go check out all the different episodes. It spans years, right?
It
and
does.
there's some good episodes there.
Really good ones. Yep.
And we were just talking about this the other day, Jim. We were talking about the top 5 to pump you up foosball songs of all time individually. Tom Robinson did such a great job of interspersing all of the different music. Of course, Tom, DJ from way back, music person, a radio person. From way
DJ
back.
stood for disc jockey back when they had discs and they had jockeys.
And they had jockeys.
Yep.
And I've always wanted to see Tom's whip, but he won't show it to me. And that's not a metaphor.
No.
But the larger question, though, is that when you look at the archives, you can see some really good episodes, Jim. What one of your favorites?
Oh, I love the lists. I love when we did the top 50 all-time players, the top 25 singles players. Those were great. But I remember conversations with guys like Mike Bowers. I thought was really good. Ken Allwell was always good on the show. Tony Bacon was infamous. There were some really good ones, and it was a lot of fun doing that. And we're still going to hop on there and do it here and there. It's just tough to do it every Sunday night with our existing lifestyles.
Yeah. Jim, Hard as I Can, Dan asks, and I want to clarify, and let me know if I'm wrong, but who would you put money on today?
Right today.
Collignon and Todd versus Tony Amadas.
Wow, that's a great question.
It's a toughie.
That's a really, really good question. If I were a betting man, and we're going to say the odds would be straight up, right? There's no one's favored in that situation, and I think probably I am putting it on Sprademan and Mares today for 2 reasons. One is just the inactivity of Collignon and the inactivity of, it's been 13 years or 11 years now since Fred and Todd played together. And so because of that, and because of Tony and Rob still pretty much on top of their games, I'm going to give them the slight edge over, and I hate any time, ever, anywhere. And believe me, folks, I have seen Frederic Collignon on 12 different tables. I've seen him win championships on 12 different tables. I've seen him at the Bonzini Worlds more than one time where he did not lose a single match all weekend in any event. This is the greatest player that we have ever seen, and certainly the greatest I have ever seen. So I hate to bet against him. However, on Tornado, if it's multi-table, maybe we take a little different approach here, but on Tornado, I'm going to give Tony and Rob just the slightest edge.
So I got to throw this out there. We have a clarification before this match starts, and I think this is a really interesting wrinkle. Best player of the world who gave us his top 3 list of all time, Collignon, Brademan, Pappas. He clarified to say that Todd is one of the best all-time on Tornado, but saw him on Garlando and Tech Ball, and considering he isn't in the top 5, but is Tony and Billy that good on Tech Ball and Garlando?
Tony would be good on Tech Ball because he won a world championship on Landhart, which is the next generation of German table after Tech Ball. So I can see that, but that is Tony's only international win, unless you count World Cups, of course. Or multi-table world championship with Mares. So best all-time multi-table players, Collignon, Pappas, Atha.
Yeah.
And that's without Rob having a Tornado World Championship.
Yeah.
He's won world championships on 7 or 8 other tables. So.
Well, I'll be tuning in to Worlds this year, Jim.
You'll be there? You'll be tuning in?
I'll be there.
Are you going to be on Twitch, YouTube?
Well, my phone just got the internet, so
Nice.
I'm going to be watching.
Excellent.
I'll be sitting up there.
You don't call it the internet on the phone unless you're attached to Wi-Fi. Otherwise, it's cell data or data. I say data. You say data. Let's call the whole thing on.
Sometimes some things are so funny, I just can't even laugh.
Sometimes they just aren't, so they don't generate laughs. But speaking of generating laughs,
there's Brad Loreen. No, no.
We do have some open doubles coming up for you here shortly on table number 1, and we do get a chance to see one of those greatest teams ever on the American Tour in Gummison and McMillan, who also do own a multi-table world championship, by the way. Forgot about that. So 2 world championships on Tornado and 1 multi-table world championship for that team right over there on the left. Dave Gummison at forward, Tracy McMillan at goal. And they're going to be on the right. And so they're going to be going up here against Hannah Smith, who just moments ago won the women's singles championship, and Dennis Ori, a really, really good pro player from the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Yeah, I like to call him Bam Bam when he's really going. He's got that Neanderthalic club of a rollover.
Yes, he does. That's a really good, maybe the hardest stick pass as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Gummison McMillan, I don't believe have been playing much foosball. I think, really Dave makes the trip south here just to be able to hang out with his great friend, his best friend, Tracy McMillan. This is sort of Tracy's neck of the woods, Houston, a couple hours east of here. But we'll see. We'll see what they've got. I believe, they are. They're coming to Worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're coming to Worlds. And so they'll be playing here in 2 weeks as well. But that tells me is that they're training, and they've been in training. That tells me that Dave Gummison is probably going to be kind of sharp, because when Dave knows he's going to be playing in a tournament, he has such pride. This is a champion, a Hall of Famer. When he knows he's going to be playing in a tournament, he prepares for that tournament. And that's the thing with those top Pro Master players. To a man, they don't come in lazy. There are reasons why they are Pro Masters. There's a training regimen. Maybe Rob Mares is the most famous for that, right? Rob is as prepared as anyone. Terry Rue as well. Gummison in that same class of players who train and prepare and get ready. Tony, of course, always. But there you see them. The 2006 and 2008 Tornado World Champions in 2 of the most legendary performances of all time. In 2006, that man at goal, Tracy McMillan, scoring 11 from the goalie position. And maybe the greatest performance ever by a goalkeeper. And Tommy Atkinson in the pits. And, of course, it'll be fun. Tommy, I'm guessing, will be at Worlds. Maybe he'll be playing with Bill Bell. Who knows?
Can we look at that shot of Gummison again? Oh, okay. He sometimes gets this look on his face before a match. It looks like he's about to tell some commoners they're not allowed to have any more bread from the grain stores. Do you ever see it? He's got kind of there.
There it is. I can see that.
Go fish. I don't know what that is. German aristocracy.
But he's Scandinavian. It's Gummison.
Shoot.
Yeah.
I messed the whole thing
He's
up.
a Viking. And there's Hannah. A little Southern hospitality. Bam Bam.
Bam Bam.
Tracy McMillan. Does Tracy have a nickname? T-Mac.
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 Sure, yeah. Gummison's Gummy.
Gummy.
Yeah, Gummy.
And Bam Bam, and there's Smitty.
Smitty. Okay.
What is, by the way, I was wondering, what is Hannah spelled backwards?
Deoxyribonucleic acid.
That's correct. You nailed it.
That's Dutch, though.
All right, here we go. Best 3 games out of 5 in this match. As it's Dennis Orey and Hannah Smith on the left, and Dave Gummison, Tracy McMillan on the right. It's fun to say those names. I love saying Dave Gummison and Tracy McMillan.
Mm-hmm.
First game underway. Hannah with possession back there at goal. Setting it up in the center, looking at the banks or the brushes, and she is able to get it up the table. This is a match in the round of 16 as Dennis now hammers it home near side.
Jeez. That was not only well timed, that was out there deep and square.
Dennis Orey has been a giant killer here in the past. Had some very nice. I remember he and I believe David Raddick one year were, I believe they finished third in open doubles. Again, there it is. Hitting it deep near corner. If something's working, stick with it. Brad Loreen walking by in the green shirt, the tournament director here this weekend, and what a job he has done.
Guess as Taylor, if I'm seen on screen, I want a shirt that people can feel from home. And
it made me feel something when I saw it, that's for sure. 2-0 lead early on for Dennis Orey and Hannah Smith. This is Tracy. Shooting a pull shot. Had a pull kick there. We talked yesterday about how, watching from the stands or from up here in the booth, watching these great players is one thing. You see it, you kind of get used to the speed and the accuracy and the shot making and the shot selection, etc. But then when you get down against them on the table, sometimes it's a little overwhelming. The speed part in particular, right? And the accuracy and everything that the few mistakes that are made by those quality of players. And I had a chance, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, it's probably been now. I don't know. It was at the World Championships at the Hyatt. So that'll tell you something, where we haven't been in 18 years. And I had a chance to play Tracy. And I don't remember what it was, whether it was a DYP or maybe open doubles, who knows. But Tracy scored like 13 in like 4 games.
Yeah.
And it was just, I had played a little foosball, but I had never seen anything like that. And even if I knew it was coming, I couldn't stop it. And that's just how great he is and has been over the course of his career offensively from that goalie position. It's now 3-0 in favor of Orey and Smith. Dennis had that briefly on the 3.
But you liken that to what? Like I would like to say that you don't really know what a 95-mile-per-hour pitch feels like until it whizzes by your face. But like I have never experienced that, but I can extrapolate outward. But I think a good analog for that is if you are watching an ACDC concert on a little tiny tinny radio that you made out of a soup can versus going there and having 45 stacks of Sirwin Vegas or whatever they use, just blasting you into another world of existence.
Yeah. No,
it's different.
That's a good analogy for sure. Here's Gummison finding the straight hole. So Dave opening up inside here, and it's 3-1. And down 3-0, Gummison and McMillan are completely unfazed. It's not. They know it's a process. It's a long match. You're going to use things to set things up early. If you lose that first game, no big deal. You'll make the adjustments, knowing that you make adjustments probably better than your opponent does. And again, Dave sticking with the inside. 2 in a row from Gummison. It's 3-2, and we've got a timeout.
Jim, I love what you just said about it's a process, and I think we need to really extrapolate upon that, because it's not just, we say process, but what we're really talking about is you don't lose the second they score. You don't lose the second you drop a pass. You don't lose the second anything that you don't want to be happening happens. You lose the second you start caring that the things you don't want to have happen are happening.
Yeah.
That is not the process. That is anti-process. And you're right. These two, they're just sitting here looking at it from a very, I want to say philosophical point of view, like very academic point of view. Like,
for sure.
Taking this in, what will I do? Adapt, watch, adapt, react.
And you see it there. And they have such great chemistry together. They're such good friends, great listeners. You know Dave is tossing in a couple of puns as well. There was one right there.
Mm-hmm.
You saw that. Tracy knows not to laugh at Dave's puns. He knows not to encourage him.
Do not feed the trolls.
But they laughed at him. You saw it there.
Gummison.
3-2 lead.
Gummison's ability to deliver a deadpan line is astonishing.
He's fantastic. And it's hit and miss, and he often misses.
Yeah.
But when he hits, it's great stuff.
They're not funny deadpan lines, but they're deadpan lines.
It's the delivery. Yeah. 3-2 here in this first game. And Ori can't hold on to that brush pass up the table from Hannah. Back to Tracy. Shot down the middle. And again, it's a process. And it's not even a process for this one match or even this one tournament. They have one thing on their minds. Dave Gummison and Tracy McMillan. They want another world championship. And even at this stage of the game, was it last year? They were in the mix. They were. Was it last year? I believe they were there.
Yeah.
And they were top 5. Here's Ori, who has had a lot of success so far to that near side. Tracy kind of baiting it. Doesn't want to really post up. Again, there it is. That quick lateral speed as Dennis waited him out. Nailed it to make it 4-2. Chip Stevens, Adam Gilson, Wayne Ritchie. And Gummison unable to catch the hesitation wall pass the first time by. Does catch it off the back wall. Will set it up. Hannah's got to block that straight. We know that. We also know she's a good racer.
And that's what that defense is doing. It's not a straight race. It's an anticipation race. Oh, but her timing is just so good. 2 in a row. And there it is.
Gummison kind of using the speed against, and we're going to get a switch here.
That kind of delayed straight is a kingmaker, and that's the kind of thing that helps against somebody you know is doing an anticipation race against you.
Well, this is Dave back there at goal as Ori will call timeout with possession on the 5. And that's the other thing about this team of Gummison and McMillan. We've seen it over the years. We've seen it in big situations. There's no ego. They're going to switch. It's no reflection on you. It's just the way the game is. I'm going to get back there now if I'm Dave Gummison to defend because I'm a good defender as well.
Mm-hmm.
And at times when Dave is struggling at forward, they'll bring Tracy up to shoot the ball as well. And that's another thing that has made this team so great. There have been really big key situations, including during those World Championship runs, when they have utilized the option of switching really well, really productively, and it has helped to contribute to those world titles. Hold on, let's see if Dave's gonna punt. Nope, they were just talking about timeouts. As Ori now will put the ball back into play.
And this is such a powerful tool to be able to do this kind of switch and not lose a lot, if anything, when you do switch.
All right, let's
like
see what
that.
they do here. Let's see if Tracy is thinking he might call a timeout.
Giving his goalie some time to think it over.
It goes through that high lane. And again, no ego here. Dave's not worried about Tracy being up there as Tracy sets it up, takes his time and tried to go inside, taken away by Hannah.
Hannah's defense switched to, instead of a race defense, he was just doing a timing defense.
Again, we'd like to welcome everybody watching at Twitch and at YouTube, I think, as well.
On YouTube as well, yeah.
And a reminder that you can watch all of this weekend's action by heading over to InsideFoods.com. We're going to be live here at those 2 platforms for a couple of hours. And then, of course, for tonight, the Bart O'Hearn Fallen Foozer ceremony. We hope you all join us at any of the 3 major platforms, Twitch, YouTube, or Inside Foos, to watch what should be a compelling 2 or 3 hours of honoring the fallen Foosers. All right, this is Tracy again. Banked off the outside wall, picked over on the 5. Let's see if he's going to bring Dave back to forward here. He's going to stay with it. Oh, he wants to get another possession. Tracy, again, has it taken away by Hannah. And again, as she showed in that women's singles final, Adam, she is a very good defender back there.
Absolutely.
That one off the outside wall towards the goal, kept out by Gummison. We know Dave can shoot it back here. That 1995 World Championship singles run included many, many scores from goal for Gummison.
I like them staying in this position. I think they know they've got quite a few games to burn. They don't want to lose a game, but they do know that game is information, right?
That's right.
And they stay like this, and they get a lot of information from this that they can go and talk to with each other about in between games.
Yeah, that's a great point. Now one angle towards the goal, again kept out by Hannah. Hannah banked it off the inside wall. That's a couple of banks she has sent towards the goal. Dave Gummison and Tracy McMillan first started playing together in the very early 2000s. Won national titles together in 03 and 04 up in Minneapolis. And he's going to call timeout here and bring Dave back to forward. And that's the thing. Every timeout, and I think it was 06, we had Dave Gummison mic'd. And you can watch that at InsideFoos.com, that final. It was incredible. We had microphone on Dave Gummison. So during timeouts, like right now, we were listening to everything they were talking about. And it was super compelling and really interesting. And that's one of the reasons they have been such a great team is their ability to communicate.
I mean, look at that. They look like if we threw some dirt between them, they could just start kicking it at each other.
They could.
I like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. They are thinking this through and talking about it, and they're deciding if they're going to switch or not.
Love
and
that.
They went for it.
Great stuff. So Gummison back to forward. Shoot against Anna Smith as Dave puts the ball back into play. Gummison.
She's not jumping off that. It was fakes.
Nope. Not giving up the long. Anna Smith has been spectacular defensively so far. She's giving up those couple of straights. Off the outside wall towards the goal. McMillan. Slowing the pace down, sends that one down the middle. Anna, I feel like she's due for hitting a bank. Just clearing it here. It comes back to Tracy. It's 4-3 here in game number 1 in favor of Dennis Ori and Hannah Smith. They've done a good job of keeping the ball away from Ori and have had some possessions, Tracy in particular, but Dave also just haven't been able to get through the defense of Hannah. Nice brush up here from Gummison. Trying to flick that straight, blocked by Smith. Again, Dave. Flicking and stroking it home. It's 4-4. Dave's going to get back there defensively. Tracy's also done a nice job on the defensive 5 against Ori. Dennis started off hot. In fact, he's hit 3 brilliant snake shots to that near corner, but looking to get a possession here, and he can't as it's taken away by McMillan. Let's see what the choice is going to be here. Tracy can't rattle it through, tried to grab it and squibbed it into the goal. Dave Gummison and Tracy McMillan steal the opening game of this round of 16 open doubles match, and they lead 1-0.
I would like to offer. I think what I just saw there, and I think that's really important for those of you watching, is to see what McMillan and Gummison just did. What they did was they knew they couldn't do anything about Smith and her defense. She's just going to do what she does. What they did was they totally negated Ori. They did it through switches. They did it through defensive 5-bar switches. I don't think they were actually really trying to figure out what to do against Smith back there. I think they were just trying to negate what Ori was doing, and they did it beautifully there. Because you were right, Jim. He just stopped doing stuff. He just stopped being a factor.
And doesn't connect here on the pass. It comes back to Gummison, who is starting in the goalie position.
And then what does that do? What does that do for Ori? It just puts pressure on him. Sandbags of pressure against what did you call the top 4 greatest team of all time on the right-hand side?
Yeah. Number 4. Yeah.
Number 4.
Speaking of sandbags, they're putting them out along the ocean in Southern California right now. Tomorrow, a tropical storm is going to hit Southern California, Los Angeles, San Diego area for the first time since 1939. The only other time a tropical storm in the last 150 years has hit that part of the country. That's where you live. That's where I used to live. And there's Ori with authority to that far side.
I don't know why he's shaking his head there. I don't know if he thought he squibbed that or didn't get enough. I don't know what that was. It's weird why he didn't look.
I felt like maybe it was I'm just not getting enough possessions here. If I was, we'd be winning this thing because I'm shooting it well.
By the way, Jim, that sandbag transition was one hell of a transition.
Awesome?
It was really good. I would put it in a frame and put it on my wall, as long as my wall doesn't get swept away by any flood. But yeah, I think we'll be okay. But yeah, I'm thinking about all the people in San Diego, Southern California, they're going to hit the higher intensity of that. People telling me, 2 inches, that's not a lot of rain. Well, in a place that classically doesn't get any rain this time of year, it's not good. Especially the intensity is what matters. So
there are estimates of up to 10 inches out in the deserts and mountains where you're talking mudslides, etc. So yeah, the weather has always been unpredictable, but it never is unpredictable as it is now.
No, it's bad, and you hit that water. It's the dirt is hydrophobic, and when that happens, you dump a lot of water on it. That just makes a terrifying situation, as we saw in Montecito and Santa Barbara.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, but
even at 1. These days, especially if you're Dave Gummison and Tracy McMillan, both in their 50s, Dave now in his 60s. That one's going to bounce back to Tracy. And you've had great success in foosball. Maybe you're not putting in as much time anymore, and Tracy to the short side makes it 2-1. You have to come up with a little different game plan, maybe entering this event, and then, of course, here in 2 weeks in Lexington. Maybe you're thinking you're going to do more switching, maybe, than you used to. And there were switches, but Gummison was solidly the forward, McMillan the goalie. Now, maybe they're thinking they need to be a little more versatile when it comes to that, and maybe that's their approach. And they've talked about this stuff. What can they do different? How can they win a world championship, even at this stage where maybe the pull shots aren't as fast? They have to use their heads, their brains, their foosball experience a little bit more than their physical abilities.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you also look at those teams we mentioned, all of them, and they all had great chemistry together. They all good open conversation. You have to at this level. You have to play as a team and everything that means.
I'm curious, and we could get to this in between matches because maybe now's not the time, or maybe it is now the time. But I mean, if you were to prioritize 2-3 factors like that make a successful doubles team, communication or switchability, whatever, what would they be, Jim?
Yeah, I think you mentioned a couple of them. I think chemistry is huge, of course, and of course, in the 1970s, and we talked about Wiswell and Furry and Bells and Bednar, there were teams, and those teams always played together. There was a forward, there was a goalie. You always played with the same teams. And as we moved into the 80s and then into the 90s, that changed.
Yeah.
As its teams weren't always even forwards and goalies. It was 2 great players potentially playing together. I remember, when you look at guys like Lafredo and Murray playing together, or Horton and Lafredo playing together, or those sorts of teams that we had. And eventually it came to where there weren't set teams. And even then, as the rules changed as well, in the 1970s on the TS table, and I feel like it was that way as well on Dynamo. You could not switch during a timeout. You could only switch between balls. And that changed when they changed the rule to allow switching during timeouts. And I know that seems strange, and it's a long time ago when that rule was changed. But that changed a lot of things.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
So that's going to be, chemistry, versatility, certainly, preparation. And again, there's Ori ripping it to that near side. Bam, bam.
And bam, bam.
Bam, bam.
You can hear him shout. That was loud. You see him, though. He's starting to move upward as he shoots. You don't see him do that too much. I don't know if he's trying to overshoot it.
Gummerson will put the ball into play. We're even at 2 here in the second game. Jim and Adam hanging out with you on a late Saturday afternoon.
Saturday.
Yeah. And continuing to shoot it well, so they've made adjustments. And they are starting to play right now. Gummerson, the power player on the team, is scoring it forward, defending it goal, or trying to.
And what you see Gummerson doing now is what he rightfully should be doing against that kind of defense. He brought out his dentist tools, and he's doing some fine work down there in the inside game.
Yeah.
Everything, it's the same hole ostensibly, but what he's doing is changing his delivery and the timing of it.
And there again is Ori, whose shooting percentage is very high throughout the match. But can he get enough possessions? We're even at 3.
And folks at home, if you're looking at the houseoftournaments.com website that is showing you the brackets and everything like that, there is a prediction. I don't know if that's what that is. No? Oh, never mind. They have odds, but I'm not sure if the odds are what we have there on screen or not. Or correct,
no, that's for a different match,
that's for a different
oddly.
match.
I don't know.
Okay, well, we'll look into that. But
there's Ori. And again, Dennis walks it and drills it. Speaking of Dennis.
oh, I'm loving what you're doing, Jim. I can keep going.
It was accidental.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly not painless so far here for whoever's defending against Dennis Ori, because he has only missed a couple of shots in the match. It's, again, just can he get enough shots? This is Gummerson back there up at forward. And Hannah able to take it away. So Dennis Ori, Hannah Smith just a goal away from tying this match up at a game apiece. And Hannah will call time out.
Love that. Table management, timeout, chatting, feeling it, letting themselves just have that moment. That's just good play. Both of these teams are very good.
There's a question from Jeff Texas Guy, Jeff Texas Guy 1. Adam, what do you do to prepare for a tournament? What do you do? Yeah, not the players. What do you do?
I lose sleep over how much I am going to be caring about spending a weekend away from my family because I want to get the best show and product out there for you all to enjoy and get better at foosball. That's what I do.
Anna will put the ball back into play. But I will also extrapolate on that a little bit as Hannah tried to go off that inside wall with a bank picked up here by Ori, who can even the match up at a game apiece from snake shot position. Ori. This time Tracy able to make the block up into the air and off the table. Now I know for the Worlds coming up, you are going to prepare. You are going to do your homework on who the various open doubles teams are. And you are going to know going in, you know, who's who, what's what, who's the favorites. What are the storylines? I know you. You prepare that way.
I do, yeah.
Please don't ask me what I do.
What do you do?
I go over lists of local IPAs wherever I might be traveling to. As Gummerson now will set it up, looking to tie it up. Remember, they stole that first game. Ori and Smith have come out to get 4 of the first 7 here in game 2. Ori.
And they stole that by making Ori a non-factor, but now he is coming back in this second game.
And they don't seem to be able to handle him from the 3 rows, so they've got to make stops on the 5, and they did that during that the back end of that first game. But he has been getting possessions here in this second game, and he's been taking advantage of them as they're just a goal away from sending it to game number 3, even at a game apiece. Yeah, I hope everybody's enjoying our live coverage of this event. as Ori will put the ball back into play on the 5. Lane or Wall comes back with that little stick up. He'll set it up against Tracy, looking to tie the match up. Dennis Ori. Comes back down the middle. That's a great pick from Ori, who took his time beautifully. You've got to be watching the corners if you're Tracy McMillan. Ori recognizes that, and that tap middle makes it 1 game apiece.
And here comes game 3, Jim. I love a good game 3, especially with players like this that are students and thinkers. I will tell you one thing. The other thing that I do is I get on Instacart and I put in the address of the venue I'll be at, and I try to figure out the cheapest hair conditioner I can buy.
Oh, all right.
I'm not even joking. I go through so much hair conditioner to comb out my hair.
Yeah.
It's excess like that has ruined the hair conditioner forest. Hey,
you
don't clear your throat at me.
You single-handedly. Slade's Foods. He's been on a. It says here, he's been on a slingshot restriction. I think that's good.
Yeah, no.
I think that's great, especially for Slade's Foods, who has a great slingshot, many great slingshots. But I think that's a good call, and it may reflect a little bit on maybe some recent commentary.
Is Slade's Foods who I think that is?
I think it is. Yeah.
Okay.
I hope you know who that is. I know who it is. As we get game number 3 underway. No score, 3rd game. Gummis and McMillan on the right. Ori and Smith, Hannah Smith, on the left. Fired on goal here by Hannah.
Jim, I'm looking around the room, and to my left, I see Tom Yor and Terry Rue playing doubles over there.
Oh, that's a fun team.
Yeah.
Look what they're going up against. They're going up against John Smith and Robert Janik. Taking his time is Gummison and finding that straight hole beautifully. He waited, and then timed it beautifully against Hannah to give his team a 1-0 lead here in game number 3.
I mean, all he's been scoring is straights so far since that last game. You know?
Yeah, as I reflect back on many, many great performances from Gummison and McMillan at events over the years, not only wins, but maybe some 3rds and 2nd place finishes at majors and at world championships. They play a lot of close matches. They win a lot of 5-game matches. And again, they're grinds, and they have to think them out. But they get the job done. They win close matches. And if you're going to win championships, you have to be able to put away 4 balls. You have to win the close ones. You have to make the adjustments. And that's something this team has done about as well as anyone. Gummison.
Is that due to a lack of overwhelming talent or just a play style choice?
It could have something to do with the talent, and they aren't, there's a lot of teams that get on rolls, right? There's players who get on rolls, and once they get going, you can't stop them. I don't really view Gummison and McMillan that way. They're not a momentum-style team where they get rolling, and they just hammer people, as some other players, like, Ryan, Tony, and those kind of guys. They're going to kill some people, right?
Right.
For them, it's more methodical. Everything is methodical, and it isn't about momentum for them,
I like that. So it's like a team like classic momentum team, Kevin Romero and Brandon Munoz.
Yep.
They are full momentum, and this team is more scholarly in their approach.
That's right.
Oh, I like that, Jim. Okay.
But and we're using this event to sort of warm up for 2 weeks from now. When really, say what you will. Oh, that was an illegal advance.
Yeah,
that's going to go to the 5 here.
Nobody expected that to go that slowly.
No. But we're getting ready for an event that maybe the Tornado World Championships isn't what it used to be. And we're not going to get into the reasons why that may be or why I say that, okay? Yet, it is still, no matter what, it is still the best competition of any event anywhere.
In the world.
In the world. All right. I mean, the World Cup is in a class of its own. That's a different kind of competition. Everyone's rooting for their country and for their teammates, and it's a different kind of energy. But when it comes to high-class foosball versus high-class foosball, compelling matches, back-and-forth stuff, just the inside game, the chess game side of it is so interesting. There is nothing like the Tornado Worlds for that kind of competition. It is a great sporting event, and it's because of these players, and it's because of the brilliance of these players, many of whom have been competing at the very highest level for 40 years or more in the case of Todd Alfredo. And that's what makes that event just so fascinating. And Adam is someone who has worked the last couple of them with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get that, right? You've seen that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, that feeling that you get, it's something different. We were talking about that, trying to capture that. Like this weekend, Bardo, this is a whole different experience. The feeling, it's just its own separate insulated thing. But when you get to that level of competition, that level of drama, I mean, I'm there as much as to report on it as I am a fan of it. And it's an interesting place to be.
And there it is, that outside bank from Hannah Smith. She was due. It's 2-1. Hannah Smith, Dennis Ori, up 2-1 here in the third. We're tied at 1 game apiece. Gummison. And he strokes this one home. 2-2. Of course, you guys can watch every match that we commentate and stream here in a couple of weeks from Lexington, Kentucky at InsideFoods.com. Yeah, you feel like when you're doing those matches, you really feel like you're a part of them. You know, and over the years, I've had a chance to do this now for 3 decades. And there were times, I was mentally and emotionally right smack dab in the middle of these matches, 2 in a row from Gummison. It's now 3-2 here in the third. And, the other thing, the Bart O'Hearn celebration, great event. It's a nice thing to have on your resume. I'm a Bart O'Hearn open doubles, open singles champion, whatever, anything. But to be a world champion, to be able to call yourself a world champion, especially an open world champion, that's a little something different. These players are not competing for the money, although the money isn't bad at the Tornado Worlds. You are a world champion. There's Tracy with his first of the match from goal, 3 in a row from Gummison and McMillan. They've got the momentum.
They do.
And they're up 4-2.
And how do they capture that? 2 reasons. McMillan scoring once, clearing from the back, but more importantly, Gummison shooting longs and scoring.
Yep.
Completely different look now in this third game, Jim.
Back in control, Gummison and McMillan. Ori with a big possession here, finds the hole down the middle. Again, Dennis's shooting percentage for the match got to be at least 75%. Yet they find themselves down 4-3 here in the third game, even at a game apiece. Open doubles action in the round of 16 here at the 2023 Bart O'Hearn celebration from the beautiful Kalahari Resort here in Round Rock, Texas. And one angled towards the goal with a 5 by Ori. Picked up here by McMillan. And Tracy again from goal.
Yeah.
Vintage Tracy McMillan here in this third game as he picks up 2 of the 5. And Gummison and McMillan now leading 2-1.
That is incredibly huge. This momentum shift was designed, created, crafted by, these little elves in the Santa's Playhouse over here on the right-hand side have been leading up to this point. Tracy was just waiting for a little wolf spider over there under his trapdoor, just waiting for the opportunity to arise, and now he's done it. 2 points like that is something down the team on the left has to start thinking about, and more pressure is put on Ori.
Here we go. 4th game underway. Now down 2-1.
I'll try to see if I can come up with some more spider metaphors,
Love
Jim.
that, yeah.
Just it creeped me out saying it. I don't know why I said it. Sorry, folks at home.
That's all right, but because everyone at home was thinking, wolf spiders don't have trapdoors.
trapdoor spiders have trapdoors.
Trapdoors, yes, they do.
Thanks for the live fact check. Your phone must have internet, too.
And trying to go inside here is Gummison. Still a good shot selection there, whether he makes it or not. Just reminding her that, yeah, I'm willing to go straight. Next time I might go long, though. Here's Ori, who has been extraordinary from the 3-row throughout the match. Although Tracy with a switch in the block here. That's on goal off the back pin by Tracy.
Yeah, Dennis has been extraordinary.
Well done. Well done. So we've got both his first name with the dentist stuff and his last name into plays on. That's all in honor of Dave Gummison, by the way.
Mm-hmm. You would appreciate that. You might even chortle at it.
You might. Oh, nice catch here by Ori. Dennis. Tracy not giving up the corner. Dennis was more successful when he was setting it and then maybe taking 8 or 10 seconds even before releasing the shot. So Gummison and McMillan now have settled in to their typical position. So with Gummison at forward, Tracy at goal after a number of switches early on in the match. By design, by necessity maybe. Smith. Nice crowd here this weekend. We've talked about the venue. And for those of you who maybe have just joined us recently at either Twitch or YouTube, go ahead and do a search of Kalahari Resort in Round Rock, Texas. Have a look at where we are. It's as good of a venue as we have ever seen for a foosball tournament. It is right there. If we do our top 5 greatest venues of all time on the American or on the international tour, anything, this is going to be right up there in the conversation for best ever.
No, that's high praise, Jim. My experience is much less than you, of course, but this has been just phenomenal. The experience has been lovely. Speaking of people just joining us,
yeah,
TSR Brad, aloha, Jim.
Aloha, my friend, and I know you're feeling it as well as I have been. What's been going on Maui, and Brad, of course, lives on the Big Island. But yeah, aloha, Lahaina strong. Here's Gummison. Brad Anderson, our good friend, who has worked as many matches as anybody ever with me. Also very good friends with Mr. Gummison. Big fan of Dave Gummison. In fact, Brad Anderson kind of a fanboy of Dave Gummison's.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah. And stroking it home here is Ori. It's 2-0. Yeah, just shout out to anybody watching in Hawaii, and our thoughts are with you. My sister, of course, a resident of Maui, and right there in the middle of it. And I love Maui.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
That would be a location of probably one of your top 2, 3 venues?
Never played foosball in Maui.
Was it Honolulu?
It was on the Big Island.
On the Big Island,
yeah.
yeah.
No one wanted to play foosball. It was 2009, a Warrior tournament on the Big Island. Beautiful resort on the dry side. And nobody wanted to play foosball. Mm-hmm. We wanted to go to the beach or swim with dolphins or have a wonderful breakfast. And there was just so much to do there. I remember as we focus in just for a minute on Hawaii and foosball together, beautiful catch up there by McMillan, who was in that forward position. But I remember on maybe the final afternoon, there was, I think, 4 tables set up poolside. And we were playing 4-on-4. And that one's set up and stroked home by McMillan to make it 2-1. But poolside, 4-on-4, a couple of beverages, and the pool was right on the beach as well. What a day. It was pretty amazing.
Wow.
Ori needs to continue to keep the pressure on if he can. He'll shoot against Gummison here. He'll regrip, walk it. Yeah, it takes some time, but there's Gummison on that near side. Dave not going to give up that near corner. Make him beat you the other way if you can.
The mechanics of how Ori shoots that, the way that he pulls up with his shoulder as part of his stroke, is just so fascinating to me. For him to still get the kind of lateral speed that he does.
Our good friend from the great country of Luxembourg, Yannick Correa, is watching. Nice to hear from you, Yannick. You know, I've been to Europe. I've done, I don't know, 40 tournaments in Europe or so, but I have not been to Europe now in 5 years. Yeah, when I was going, it's sometimes 8 or 10 times a year. Ori sets it up, hammers it home. It's 3-1 now in favor of Ori and Hannah as they look to extend this match potentially to a 5th and final game. But back come McMillan and Gummison to make it 3-2. Ori's got to continue to do his thing. And Hannah dances with it, just looking to clear. This is Gummison back there at goal. Hannah taking it off the inside wall. Will get it back after the block by McMillan. 3-2 lead for Ori and Smith here in game 4. 2 games to 1 lead for the 3-time world champions, Gummison and McMillan. That one bounced towards the goal, kept out by Dave. And finding that straight hole beautifully here is McMillan. We gave you that full shoulder movement, getting Hannah off that hole just enough to squeeze it by. We're tied at 3.
I don't feel like I see any of the newer teams, the newer top teams, play at all like this style we're seeing on the right-hand side. It is so different. But was that the norm at one point?
It's classic. It is classic American style foosball. That was developed back in the 70s on the TS Tour. There's McMillan again, stroking it home. It's match point. Well, the game has evolved. It's changed. And to some degree, Gummison and McMillan have evolved with the game while still basically taking the approach of that 1970s style of foosball, which still works.
Mm-hmm.
Another beautiful pass, Gummison to McMillan, who could close it out right here. Tracy, again, for the win. Strokes it home, hitting that straight hole one more time in a very methodical, very professional, very scholarly performance. It is Gummison and McMillan who come out on top, despite Dennis Ori maybe missing 4 shots in the entire match. It's the 3-time world champs who come out on top.
And I'm going to just be a broken record here. That's the 3rd open doubles match we've watched, and the team on the right-hand side, I'm going to say I'm very curious to see how it goes for them this weekend, because that is one heck of a good team. So is the team on the left.
But it's these 2 guys there, Gummison and McMillan, who continue to have conversations. Let's wrap it up. Let's talk about what happened as we continue to move through the bracket, move forward, not only this weekend, but in anticipation of what's coming up here in a couple of weeks as well.
Rod Luck. bought a table and the factory absolutely would not replace it. I ate 3 full sets of dairy.
Right. Before you realize it's really dry.
Yeah, I'd be a little upset. I asked Steve, hey, can I get some help? Yeah, call the factory.
You need to make a decision.
No, I can't play with it. And right here. I can feel it. I'll go tell them. So they're going to change vibe?
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
I mean, they need, they're going to have this thing where they need a new out there. So let's have it.
This change. All 3 of these plays.
That's three.
Get a table that they want. Put all 3 on this.
Three
Let the
tables.
rookie do it.
Three tables.
Right? I mean, why don't we go with every match?
They should be the first tables.
Yeah. Don't be late. You're not right. No.
I got to try to, either got to be changed out or we move them over here. Well, it is in.
You want to know? I want to go table. And then wait and change the table.
No, we're just going to change it out of the wall.
Well, you need to run up and then the table. That'd be easier. So difficult, man. Huh? So difficult. Hey, wait a minute. That's good. Yeah. I started it all. You finished first we called the official.
Rod Luck.
sucking.
Not so much here. Maybe right around.
Yeah. Right where he's catching. Or if you really want to screw with it, under his spy ball where he's putting some of his hand. You want his hand to be faster? Yeah, I just want him to slip all over the round. That should make you concentrate. Six-pound watch. I know it's a pretty watch. I mean, I can tell you where to buy one. What is that? The flip doesn't expire? Oh, okay. No.
Daily doubles aces, Sean Burke and Jaden Lewis plays Brett Smith and Troy Smith on station number 9. Station number 9, Sean Burke and Jaden Lewis plays Brett Smith and Troy Smith.
I'll let Charles play through that. Lickety split. Shake it off. Yeah.
Handstand action, station number 2. And chair doubles fasten squeaky clear. Represented by the bottom block. Place. Changing number 1102. Station. Station number 2. Alexander Van Place. Changing number 1102. Handstand action, station number 2.
I'm just standing too far back. My problem is.
Okay, so I think we're on, right? We're here in the booth, and I have Tony Spritterman's doppelganger in the booth with me. He's so quiet, but competent, and we kind of snuck here. What are we doing here? Are we about to commentate what's happening on table 1?
Yes, most important match of the week, and it looks like Stevens managed to slop one in there.
So this is a legit match happening right now.
$1,000, I think. I don't think it's part of the actual event.
Well,
Yep.
we're making it a match.
Yep.
Okay, so what shall we say about Jim Stevens and Fun Bun?
Fun bun. I like that. I like that. I like that. I'm glad my hair's down now.
Well, I make fun of you too.
Yep.
So Liz Hillmore up in here in the booth, sneaking in with
Wayne Ritchie.
Wayne Ritchie, who is Tony Sprinterman's doppelganger.
He cut his hair, so it's more of a...
Yeah, actually, he's his own person, and he's like the silent thunder behind the booth. So everything that you see that happens on inside the booth, this guy's behind the scenes. He's the one doing it.
Just the last couple. Some.
Okay,
I sneak in and out. I do some.
right. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
So he's the one who got my third headgear kind of signed on a little while ago. I didn't get to talk. I think I might have been banned from talking. I'm not sure.
It just doesn't have a mic.
Okay, so I'm paranoid. Okay. Well, so we have nothing happening now.
The... I don't know if this is senior final.
Senior something.
No,
So-
they just finished the senior finals. This will be...
If you guys are out there listening to us, shoot us a message. Just say hi. I'd love to hear from you. I know we just want to know what's happening out there in the foosball world. Are you guys tuned in at the Bardo Championship here
on Inside
Saturday?
Foos,
Yeah, Inside Foos.
also on YouTube streaming and on
YouTube
Twitch streaming.
Yeah, so it's Saturday evening. What time is it? I'm not sure.
8:15.
Okay, so 8:15 Central Standard Time here in the U.S. of A. say hi if you're tuned in.
Next up, we have Bukow and Kenneth Dale and Tracy McMillan and Dave Gummington. Will be a good one.
Yeah, this is a good one just because, like, okay, so Vu and Kenneth, let's just talk about them for a second. So, all of you guys out there watching, oh, okay, sorry, we just got kicked out. Bye, everybody.
See ya. We're signing off for Mr. Stevens.
Stevens Masters Pro Golf, Bart O'Hearn plays, Tommy Bukow at station number 7. Station number 7, Bart O'Hearn plays, Tommy Bukow. Station number 11. Station number 11, Stuart Thomas plays, Shane Perry. Open Singles Masters Pro Golf, Nathan Chapman plays, Russo at station number 14. Station number 14, Nathan Chapman plays, Russo. Open Singles Masters Pro Golf, Lachlan Newcastle plays, Mark Cole at station number 17. Station number 17, Lachlan Newcastle plays, Mark Cole.
And hi once again, everybody. Jim Stevens, Adam Gilson back with you as we're going to get a couple of matches in before that Fallen Fooser ceremony tonight. We've got a good one down on table number 1. In a match in the losers bracket, that's Vu Cao and Kenneth Dale over on the right side. This is a match for 5th place or better in the losers bracket. And, of course, over on the left side, Dave Gummison and Tracy McMillan. They lost in their previous match. I was talking to Dave about it, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
And Dave was telling us that they were up 2-0 over Billy Pappas and Matteo Gattioli. They were up 3-0 in the 5th game and just could not put it away. And Billy and Matteo were able to survive.
I hate that feeling. It's like when you're trying to tie your shoes, but your stomach gets in the way.
Yeah.
You just keep rocking back and forth.
It's very, very similar to that.
I think that's relatable, Jim. For me.
I guess so. 1-0 lead early on here for Vu and Kenneth as Dave will set it up.
Fun to see Kenneth back there. Goal. Would have expected him to be up front.
Well, Vu also a very good forward. Both
Yeah.
those players, though, they're interchangeable. I think Vu certainly the more experienced at a high level, former 2nd place finisher with Warren Van Landingham. I haven't seen Warren here this weekend.
No.
Oddly, and
No.
I would
no.
expect to, since his father is on the list tonight. 2-0 lead now for Vu Cao and Kenneth Dale. Kenneth, of course, originally out of the nation of Peru, down in South America. Vu Cao, a resident of the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
A practitioner of a bump push kick.
Yeah.
But not be seeing that here, I think, maybe this
Yeah, we'll
match.
see. He's a snake shooter, but we've also seen him go with that bump kick and have some success with it. There's Gummison. Remember, this is best 2 out of 3 and a big-time long pull shot from Dave. It's 2-1.
Dave always looking like he's trying on shoes at Foot Locker. Half a size too small.
Hopefully able to tie them over his belly.
Oh, that happens to you too.
Winner of this one survives, gets back into position in 5th place. You're sitting in 5th in the losers bracket. You're still in it. Loser would finish 7th. And there's that shuffling standard defense from Dale as he takes it away again from Gummison. Picked it off the outside wall on goal. Picked up here by McMillan. Now, actually, this may be a 3 out of 5 match. For 5th, I think it's probably 3 out of 5.
Was it the money? I'm looking at the expertly crafted flyer that's been handed to me,
Colorful.
that I'm unable to read. Oh, there it is.
Walking, and then try to come near side with Vu. Blocked back to Dale. Still 2-1 here in the first game. Jim and Adam with you. Remember that Fallen Foozer ceremony tonight at 10 p.m. Central Time. And walking it and stroking it home here is Vu. So Vu Cao, Kenneth Dale up 3-1 here in the first. But again, Gummison McMillan kind of known for occasionally getting off to slow starts. Dave again ripping home the pull shot. It's 3-2. Dave Gummison, a guy that has been playing foosball now for a good 45 years.
So I was -4 when he started. -3 now. Oh my goodness. Time's a flying.
Tracy tried to hammer that one off the outside wall. It bounces around and lands on the 5 of Gummison. It's gotten kind of raucous in here.
It is.
Is there a lot more background now?
There is.
Sound?
Yeah, well, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. A lot of matches or events are getting there, culminating.
And it is a Saturday night here at a really fun place.
An incredible event in general, but at this venue really elevates it here at the Kalahari. And I'm going to tell you something. This is purely anecdotal, just walking around the room a lot.
Okay.
I have not seen a lot of matches being reffed. I haven't seen a lot of that.
Yeah, I see Mark Krause walking around twiddling
I know
his thumbs.
that's what brought me to that conclusion. If Mark Krause isn't reffing a match, is a tournament even happening?
Here's Vu with a big possession here, trying to extend his team's lead here in game number 1. But first, he'll call timeout.
So we saw this in the last time we watched McMillan and Gummison play earlier today.
Yeah.
Kind of starting behind or even losing the first game, but they do that workmanlike quality that they do, and they just come back. They just do what they do.
That's right.
Now, we don't know. I'm very curious. It's an interesting team composition on the right-hand side. And they have the switchability that I think is just fascinating. You get Kenneth Dale up there doing a tic-tac.
From what Kenneth said, though, he is the goalie. I don't know that there has been a lot of switching, but he does have a pretty good tic-tac. That is his A shot these days, is the tic-tac series. And if you've never defended it, he's going to score on you. But that sort of series, while having been used successfully over the years by guys like Robert Atha, we've even seen Ryan Moore use it, and a few others internationally. A great Austrian player, Laszlo Teke, Tic-Tac-Teke, they call him. You may remember Laszlo.
I beat him once.
But I'm not sure it's a series that you can use as your A series and be hugely successful in the open events.
And that kind of bears out with what we've seen with Kenneth. You know, he does very well in the pro circuit.
Oh, and back down the middle comes McMillan to even it at 3.
But that has not translated for him in the open circuit. We'll see. That's something I was talking to him the last tournament I saw him at. You know, that was obviously his goal, was to get to that point. Be very curious to see if that works.
And this one rolls away from Vu Cao and picked up again by Gummison. Had a nice dinner, Adam and I, just a little while ago with the great Hall of Famer Steve Murray, and Liz Moore was there with us, and a couple other friends, Greg Grant, Dennis Smith, at the steakhouse here. Double cut?
Double cut.
Yeah, very, very, very nice dinner. The Brussels sprouts may have been the star.
Which is maybe not always what you want to hear when you go to a steakhouse, but at the same time, they were that good.
They were that good. The steaks were really good as well.
They were. The stakes were high, and the stakes were good.
Here's Dave. Again, that standard shuffle. Going to try to time a split. Nope. It's going to call time out.
One of my favorite takeaways from that dinner, of course, was right in the middle of it. Steve Murray picks up his glass of water, takes a sip, and then gets all the way down, almost on all fours, and gives the glass to his little puppy down there.
Aw.
Yeah, and then
Steve loves his puppy.
oh, he does.
All put into play by Gummison, who will set up the pull shot. Dave strokes this one down the middle. Indeed, he did time that split, and he timed it beautifully against Kenneth Dale. 3 in a row from Gummison and McMillan. It's now 4-3. Back comes Vu Cao through the lane. And almost loses it. Will reset it, regrip. And there's McMillan again with the block. Rebound grab by Vu. Vu Cao with the shortest name in the history of foosball. And he finds that long to the near side. It's 4-4.
I like to see that fight from him. It doesn't matter that he's going up against one of the all-time teams, Hall of Fame team. We're still going to continue to chip away at it. Is it really? It is, right? Vu Cao is just the shortest.
The shortest name, 5 letters total. B-U-C-A-O. Yeah, I can't think of a longer one or shorter one. Oh, it was kind of funny because he used to play with Warren Van Landingham, who may have the longest name in foosball.
Imagine trying to format that on the screen.
No. I did, actually.
You did? You know, 8-point font and like a 15, 20-point font right above it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the long and short of it.
Oh, gosh.
4-4 first game. Yes. Dave Gummison will put the ball back into play. How many big situations has Gummison and McMillan been in these 4-4 games, which they tend to win most of the time? You don't win championships without winning the close ones, although Dave doesn't execute the pass here. It comes back to Dale. A lot of defensive movement. That one fired wide of the goal. Rebound picked up here by Vu Cao. And taken away by Gummison.
So it was my understanding, Jim, when the ceremony starts about an hour and a half, all matches stop and there will be no more tournament foosball after that.
That is correct. That'll be it for the night. But the ceremony is always something well worth watching. And we certainly, even if you're done watching foosball, stick around, hang out with us. And there's Gummison setting it up, stroking it home, and Gummison and McMillan hold on to win game 1 of this losers bracket match for 5th place or better.
So looking at the brackets, Jim, this is in the money, so it's got to be now.
I would think it's 3 out
3
of
out of 5. Yeah. And now, speaking of other brackets, I'm just curious to see who's actually still left in any of this. Follow the brackets at houseoftournaments.com. Press the word foosball, then scroll down a bit to find the word modern foosball.
Okay, that's 2 words, but who's counting? Here we go. Second game underway. Gummison McMillan on the left. Boo Cow, Kenneth Dale on the right. One game to nothing lead for the former world champions, Gummison and McMillan. Boo looking to strike first here in game 2, but McMillan, who has really defended well these last few possessions against Boo. And that's how it is. The whole shrink as the match goes on with great goalies. And certainly when you're talking about the greatest goalies of all time. Tracy McMillan's in that conversation. And again, powering home that long is Gummison. He's feeling good right now, Adam.
Yep, absolutely. What you'd expect. I mean, this is something they've been producing, creating since that first game.
Bukau.
We'll continue to build upon.
And out there waiting for him is McMillan, getting a great read on Boo's snake shot right now. And there is Boo, able to get it through and in. It's 1-1.
Maybe not exactly the hole he wanted to hit, but it actually worked out for him. Which gives you a sense of where McMillan's defense is. And we see Gummison here will really get a sense of how firmly the momentum has shifted. Not quite yet.
And Cow able to make the steal. We'll bring it near side, look to advance it. Gummison gets a piece of it. McMillan able to snag it. Tracy setting it up a couple inches off that top wall. And then hammer that pass, but Gummison couldn't hold on to it. This guy's usually very good at connecting. Gummison stays home as Boo tried to take it back along that wall. Gummison snaps that one through the middle. The long has looked good for Gummy here in this match. A little different defense shown here by Dale. Gummison trying to bring it down the middle, stabbed on goal by the 5 of Boo Cow, and he'll pick up the rebound, set it up, and look to give his team the lead here in this second game. And Boo fakes and then gets Tracy off that far hole, then able to convert to make it 2-1. Nicely done.
Looking at the brackets, it looks like the semifinals, the quarterfinals. We're looking at teams Eric Hiltner and Blake Robertson versus Billy Pappas and Matteo Gadioli. And you also have Ellen Moon, Brandon Moreland versus David Mayring and Brandon Munoz.
Oh. And again, Gummison to the long hole. It's 2-2. All right.
Maybe kind of what you would expect looking at the brackets beforehand, but see how the evening goes.
Well, the one thing you're seeing there, the three of the teams you mentioned have a non-pro on them, basically a non-pro. I mean, Ellen might be a pro in women, but she is not a pro when it comes to the men's points, so to speak. Then you have David Mayring and Matteo Gadioli, who are all amateur expert range of Grady.
Mm-hmm.
Who else we got in there?
And then you got Robertson, Heltner.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Oh, nice save there. Tracy made it look easy as that one was redirected towards the goal by the quick-handed Cal. Tied up at 2 here in the second. Boo getting some possessions. He's really played it pretty much even up with Gummison on the 5. Gummison's shooting percentage has been higher. Fired on goal by Tracy. Still 2-2, second game. Gummison will shoot for the lead. He's gone mostly to the long hole. He's just waiting and waiting and then timing the long. It hit a split earlier on, and he waits again. The ball kind of came off the man a little bit, but it didn't matter as Dave ripped it to that long hole.
yeah, those two little wiggle fakes pushed it just about an eighth of an inch off. I'm really amazed, but not shocked by his ability to scoop that in still, though.
Now 3-2 here in game 2 as Vu dances with it. And there's Tracy waiting on that near side. The rebound up the table, captured by Gummison. And Kenneth Dale needs to make an adjustment here. He needs to start speaking to Gummison with his defense. So far he hasn't. He's just sort of been there. He's been moving. He's been shaking. Dave really not even focused on the defense, just focused on execution with authority.
I mean, that is the thing. You watch those two on the left-hand side. They are constantly talking to each other. And between balls, between games. It's just a hallmark of their style, Jim.
It is. And it is, again, it is one of those ingredients that has allowed them to be the successful team they have been for more than 20 years. I was talking to Dave and Tracy after the match we did earlier as Dave again sets it up. And you see Dale just sitting out there on the long. He is able to get out there to make the block. But Dave said to me, he said, I think we have played more matches together in open doubles than any team in history. And I said, yeah, I didn't have to think about it very long.
Yeah.
And I said, it's really not even close. I mean, who else is there that would have played anywhere near the number of matches that Dave and Tracy have played together? 20 years of playing every tournament together when they have played. And there's no other team that has stuck around that long, played that many together.
And it's fun, because people have a primacy bias, and the thing that they're thinking about a lot is, in their heads, they see Lafredo and Colignon play a whole lot. And they did, because they won a lot, but...
Oh, and there is Dale moving it forward into the tic-tac. The slingshot off the outside wall and in. That's a great switch, a productive switch. It's now 3-3.
But they never played nearly as many tournaments as McMillan and Gummison.
And they generally stay in the winner's bracket, whereas Gummison and McMillan actually had a couple of runs, not for their championships, but they had some runs where they worked their way back into contention through the loser's side after early losses because they do tend to be slow starters at times. But I don't think it's close. 20 years of more than just the World Championships together. We're tied up at 3. McMillan. But, again, teams don't tend to stick together like they maybe did back in the early days, the 70s, early 80s. And we're going to get a timeout called here with Vu relinquishing the forward spot to Kenneth Dale here.
I like that. It's always good. Every time you get the chance, change things up.
Kenneth, of course, with that tic-tac series, has 4 or 5 different options off of that. And I'm not sure how familiar Tracy is with Kenneth Dale's forward game. But you see Tracy over there thinking about it. What's he going to do here? As Dale will put it back into play. Tic-tacking. And there's Tracy out there to make the block. Oh, Dave had it, lost it. Rebound picked up by Dale. Kenneth working the far side, angles that one wide of the goal, and Gummison does pick it up on the 5 here. Sticks it through the lane. He'll shoot against Vu. So a different look defensively here for Gummison. Does he go straight? He's baiting the straight and left it too long. Dave said, "You're going to give it to me? I'll take it." It's 4-3.
Signed, sealed, delivered.
Back into the forward position is Vu. Pass it and score it just like that. It's 4-4. And taken away by Bukau. Vu and Kenneth out of timeouts. Gummison weaving. And has it stolen away by Vu. Looking to even the match up in 1 game apiece. Bukau. Regrips. And has that one blocked by Tracy, sent forward 5-3 by Gummison. Now Dave with a chance to give his team a 2-0 lead. And Vu did not have a timeout remaining there. Normally, I think he would have used one in that situation. Instead, it results in a possession for Gummison, who will set it up. Reset. And the timeout.
So this is a really fascinating point in this match. 15 seconds. The fascinating point here is that they have you obviously you don't want to ever be down 2-0 in a 3 out of 5, but a team like McMillan and Gummison, what they can actually do after this is start to play a whole lot more loose than they already have been if they put this away. Not that they're thinking that, Jim. They wouldn't want that to be the intention behind scoring right now, but that's the actual reality here, especially when you're talking about momentum shifts.
Dale will defend as Gummison will touch 3 men and put it back into play, setting up the pull shot, looking to give his team a 2-0 lead. Gummison. Trying to come back down the middle, and then the rebound. And that one spun, which means it'll go to the 5 of Vu Cal. Gummison with those little flicks kind of got himself out of sync just a little bit. He got forced into shooting that quick split. It was blocked by Dale, and then the rebound. Gummison spun it. And Vu Cal now with a chance to once again to even it up in a game apiece. He sets it up against McMillan. And that one off the man rattles in. We are tied at 1 game apiece. See Dave walking away, thinking he had chances, should have put it away, didn't put a good effort on goal, and I think that's the thing that's getting to Dave the most is if you get blocked, that's one thing, but if you don't feel like you put a good quality shot on goal, it's going to eat at you a little bit.
Absolutely, and something like Dave that is so stoic, I think you can judge how upset he is with himself by how far away he walks from the table.
And that was quite a walk.
It was. He actually went to his car to get his keys, and then he came back. I don't know how he could get the keys from his car if he didn't have them, but we can sort that out later in post-production, Jim.
Details.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Renewed energy on the right side of the table as we are now even at 1 game apiece. This losers bracket match for 5th place or better. And Gummison, the confidence on the 5 has not been great for Dave Gummison. He doesn't feel comfortable. Shooting the ball, he's hit some great longs. But On the 5, not so much. And Bukal will get the first possession. Here, tried to come near side. It goes wide of the goal, comes right back off of their wall and back the other way into Tracy's goal. It's 1-0. A drop pass by Gummison. I know Dave and Tracy, as we talked about earlier, were frustrated. Their winner's bracket loss to Pappas and Gattioli. The steal here. Boo.
And there was a similar problem, right? They couldn't close.
Yeah.
That was the issue. Yeah. Coffees for closers, Jim.
Yeah. It's 2-0. Again, the 5 is not there for Gummison. He is getting out-5'd by Bukal. And we may see a switch here.
Thinking about it. Didn't do it.
And you know, it wasn't going to be Tracy's call. It would be up to Dave to make that call. That's the trust that this team has in each other. So now trying to dig out of a 3-0 hole here in game number 3. Gummison will set up the pull shot. Dale with the block on that straight effort. And then coming right back with that roller. It's 3-1. And the pass ends up in the goal. Bukal, Kenneth Dale up 4-1 here in game 3.
And what's good is they're not relying on those breaks, Jim. You take those as they happen, but continue your momentum. Oftentimes you can see a team winning because of breaks.
And scoring it off down the middle here is Gummison. Come on, Dave, he says. 4-2, and the quick pass along the wall gets through. Bukal. We'll call timeout.
Do you think that the top players, Jim, and maybe even just any player, really, their worst critic is always going to be themselves?
100%, absolutely. I'm sure you feel that way as a competitor,
Yeah.
and even as a commentator at times. You know, you're always hardest on yourself, and that's kind of what pushes you, right? That's you don't like losing, you don't like failing.
Yeah. It's just I asked that just to see Gummison, Hall of Famer, all these years, decades playing foosball, still saying, "Come on, Dave." Not maybe generally getting down on himself, but still looking at himself is the biggest problem.
And self-responsibility is also part of the equation, no doubt about it, as Bukal has that one taken away.
There's a beautiful stop there by McMillan, not once but twice when he picked it up before it went into the corner by tilting his man back. You cannot teach that.
And up the table and in. It's 4-3, 2 in a row from Gummison and McMillan. But it is self-responsibility. You don't blame your partner ever. You always say, what could I have done better to improve our chances of winning? We're going to get a timeout called here as Bukal again has possession, and it's going to bring Kenneth Dale up there, the secret weapon, to try to put away this third game.
I think that's fair. I mean, it's a secret weapon entirely because it is a whole different change of pace. It's like rolling down the freeway in fifth gear and there's just dropping it into reverse without skipping all the other gears.
Ouch.
Oh, between a rollover and a tic-tac like that?
Yeah. Very different approach.
As Ken Oda would say out of Southern California, you always have to show them different looks.
Here goes Dale. Tic-tac. And doesn't execute the slinger off that outside wall. Didn't really come close to executing it. Tracy with a beautiful brush pass. Made you think he was going to shoot that pull shot. Made you think again that he was going to shoot the pull shot. Then crushed that pass up to his partner Gummison, who can tie it. And he does. Caught a break. Stubbed it in. Dave says, I could have done better, but I'll take it. 4-4. 3 in a row from Gummison and McMillan. They've got a little bit of luck on their side a couple of times, and the steal here by Gummison. But I'm a big believer in you make your own luck.
Mm-hmm.
Luck is the residue of design.
Did you just make that up?
If I said yes, I'd be lying.
Oh.
It's something the great Branch Rickey said. Branch Rickey, the general manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers, the man responsible for bringing Jackie Robinson to the major leagues, but also had a real understanding of what sports are about. Yeah, so I did. I made it up right on the spot. Back along the wall.
Attribution and reattribution. What a pro. I like that.
Another chance for Boo. They've seen Gummison make Millen come back to score 3 in a row to tie it at 4. Boo Cow strokes it home far side. It's 2-1. There goes Gummison.
Yeah.
A little longer walk here. He's going out to someone else's car and using those keys to scrape the side of it before re-entering the arena. You see in that upper left corner, again, the conversation. Maybe. No, maybe not. I know in the previous match, they did say that they had switched. Gummison was playing a lot of forward down the stretch. Millen at our goalie and Millen at forward.
And I wonder what exactly was going through his head during that walk, Jim. Like, it's not like it wasn't close. I mean, it was just a game of millimeters there.
4th game underway. Gummison coming out, rushing that firmly through the lane.
All he has to do is pass, shoot, score. How hard is that?
That's it. That's it. Seems so simple when you say it, Adam.
I know.
Again, Gummison. And waits and then squares off that split. That hole can be there for him when he wants it. It's a matter of when he shoots it on any particular possession. That split can be a pull shooter's best friend. If a guy's going to give you a standard, that split will be there. He's got to choose the right time to execute. Dale has some difficulty with it. A bit of a fortunate clear here, and it ends up in the left hand of Cow, who can't hold on to the pass. Boo Cow's 5 has been very good throughout the match. Again, another drop pass by Boo.
You see that he's passing with the urgency that isn't helping him in those last couple possessions. That is the kind of stuff you need to start tamping down against a team of that kind of caliber.
That one angled into the goal by the 5 of Gummison. It's 2-0. Dave and Tracy trying to stay alive in the event. Nice pass, nice snag by Vu Cow. Tracy takes it away. Trying to bring it right back down the middle of the pull shot, blocked by Vu, and Tracy again will take a little more time here. Now Bill's going to send it up the middle rather quickly. Rattles off the 5 of Vu Cow and lands on the passing rod of Dave Gummison. Nice fake brush, wall pass by Dave. Look to extend his team's lead here against Kenneth Dale. Dave and Tracy just trying to get this one to a 5th game. They figure their chances are pretty good if they can get into that situation. I'd have to say if we do get to a 5th game, you got to figure they're going to be the favorites to win that pivotal game. We're up 2-0 here in game number 4. Looking to pass along the near wall. It does clear the zone. Comes off the back wall. Gummison able to scoop it up. Set it up. Doesn't execute the shot.
Just not coming around on it fast enough.
Now, and he also, before the takeoff, he was a little bit off the ball.
Mhm.
Ideally, you want to be flush with it. We did see him hit one earlier where he kind of tapped it a little bit and was able to shoot it. But ideally, for any pull shooter, you want that smooth takeoff. Again, McMillan playing it safe. It is not attacking with confidence like you're used to seeing with Dave Gummison.
Yeah.
Does get this one through, however. And he's flush on the ball here, squares it off down the middle. You saw Dale switch into a reverse defense, but still left the same hole. It's 3-0.
You really get the sense that Gummison is seeing the holes. He just can't get there.
Yeah.
Which is, I'd rather just get straight up blocked.
Yes. He would say the same, no
Yeah.
doubt about it. Here's Boo looking to answer. He'll get another chance after the block by McMillan. It's 3-1. Kenneth Dale, Vu Cow now, a goal away from getting back in this fourth game. And somehow that one gets up the table to Vu, who can cut the lead to 1 right here. And Vu finds that hole down the middle. Really took his time beautifully at him and then exploded to the center part of the goal to cut the lead to 1.
Absolutely. And Tracy was not racing. He wasn't going to do anything like that. That was just a straight up pattern that he was doing. Switch, switch, switch. And Vu timed it perfectly.
Back comes Gummison. All right, timeouts remaining. Dave electing not to use one here and then has the long pull shot blocked by Dale. Haven't heard from Tracy in a while until right now.
Now you get all the quarters out of your jar.
Just felt it. Felt it coming.
That's awesome, Jim. Golly.
4-2 after that bomb from McMillan from goal. And that's a big ingredient in the historical success of Gummison. And now the pass from Tracy of Gummison and McMillan. It's Tracy pitching in those 1 or 2 a game. Here he pitches in a pass, but Dale again able to take it away from Gummison. I'd like to see maybe Dave utilize a timeout on one of these possessions so he can take a walk and try not to efface anyone's paint job out in the parking lot. Squeezing it along the outside wall is Dale. And Cowell has that shot attempt blocked by McMillan as he attempted to bring it near side. The bounce pass gets him another possession. Boo has shot it well throughout the match. He's got the possessions as well, but this one blocked by McMillan up into the air and off the table.
You know, in this team, what you would expect from Tracy and David, they're not flashy, they're not razzly-dazzly per se. They're studied, they're smart, but what they are is a bell jar that's getting the oxygen slowly sucked out of it, and you're stuck in there, and eventually people are going to not be able to hear you scream. And that's what we're seeing right now.
I was going to say the same thing.
That was on my mind.
And finally, the timeout called here by Gummison.
But if I would have put it another way, that's not so prosy. You can see what it is that they're doing. Again, nothing's flashy, nothing is like super utterly impressive, but they're just being very workmanlike about what it is they're doing and putting pressure by being more competent.
You are such a show-off sometimes.
I'm just saying what I'm seeing or thinking what I'm hearing. I also don't know what has internet. So it's an equilibrium. We're an hour away, Jim, from the celebration.
Yeah. The celebration of life, which is what this tournament's all about. Gummison and McMillan trying to keep their tournament lives alive as they try to send it to a 5th game right here. Dave Gummison hammers it home down the middle.
Love that. Throw the rod down the middle. So now, game 5. What would you say the odds? Where do they go now at this point in game 5?
I like 70-30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds about right. And that's no disrespect, obviously, to Vu and Kenneth. It's just the bottom line is that there's just so many factors involved. There's not just the experience. There's not just the ability. There's the team on the left has 4 games worth of information stored up in their minds that I don't even think they think about it anymore, Jim.
No.
At a certain point, like the neurons, they get like rewired to just think about foosball the same way that you and I think about tying our shoes, how easy it comes to, well, to you, not to me because I can't get down there. But the point is,
yeah.
But the point is, it becomes second nature.
It does. It really does. And that's something with all these great players. We've talked about it with like Todd Lafredo. No matter what, he's always can't help himself but to think 2 or 3 moves ahead. Always be setting up the opponent, and it becomes the norm for players at this level. They don't have to consciously think about it. It's part of being in that mode.
Which is fun, because at that level, if you're not too worried about execution, because you've done it so many reps for so long that it's not something that's on your mind, and if you also have space in your mind to not worry about what it is you should be doing, you're going to be winning some tournaments.
Yeah.
You might end up in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. There we go. 5th game underway with Vu Cao putting it into play. And it's taken away here by Gummison as Vu tried to brush it down along that near wall without a lot of intent, though. Gummison takes some time, then goes along the wall. Gummison has had success to that split hole the last few possessions.
And we haven't seen an adjustment yet. He's still dancing around it as Kenneth.
And the block there by Dale. Taking it off the wall is Gummison on the 5.
And again, since that defense didn't change, I'm a huge fan. I'm not here to tell David what he should be doing, but I mean, if it ain't broke, don't mail it back.
That long pull shot attempt goes wide of the goal. Picked up here by Dale. Gummison 0 for 2 shooting it here in this 5th game. Now it's going to be put back into play on the 5 by Vu Cao. And Vu now can give his team the early lead here in game 5. But this is Gummison and McMillan. They always play close matches, no matter what. Might be the first round of an event. And it's still probably going 4 or 5 games. It's just how they do it. They grind them out. We're seeing that here again. And, of course, we'll see whether they're able to actually grind it out or whether it'll be Vu and Kenneth who come out on top. Right now, the pressure on Tracy McMillan to continue to keep Vu out of the goal. Vu. Tracy out there to make the block on that far side. So both forwards 0 for 2 so far here in this 5th game. Make it 1 for 3 for Vu Cao. Gummison looking to answer. Split. Straight. Long. It's 1-1. Another possession here for Vu, who has played very well. And Vu Cal, extremely good player, high pro rated player, no question about it. He has shown you why here in this match, as he has stared the 3-time world champs right in the eye and comes right down the middle here. Tracy completely bailing far side.
Which is shocking to me, because that's all he was giving was that straight. I was assuming he was just baiting to come back to the straight, but he bailed on movement.
Gummison can't connect. And hold on a minute. And Vu, I think, calling a jar on himself. And so what Dave and Tracy were saying is if you're going to call a jar here, that ball should go on Gummison's 3-rod. And if Tracy is making an argument, you just listen to Tracy and nod and you say, you're right, Tracy.
Look at how it's crazy to see Gummison so emotive like that. Look at him go. Whew. He's fired up.
The ball will be awarded to the 3-rod if Dave Gummison will set it up looking to tie it up against Kenneth Gale here in this 5th game.
Did he touch 2 men?
Yeah.
Oh.
3.
Oh, good.
But there is Kenneth to take it back. Right now, Kenneth Dale knows Dave Gummison's not going straight. He hasn't. Pass along the outside wall, picked up here by Vu. Amazing how often when you give up a ball to the opponent, how often it ends up working in your behalf. Lesson for those of you watching at home. Someone calls a foul on you, even if you don't 100% agree with it, give them the ball anyway. It'll work out.
Yeah.
And Kenneth is going to come to forward and pinch hit. Brad Loreen coming over for a closer look. And says, not worth it. Get back.
He just wanted to do a sound check on his shirt. We heard it, so we left. But I love this. I love this ability for Kenneth to come up there and just offer an amuse-bouche. Just something completely different.
1 for 3 so far doing this. Tic-tac. Likes that push kick. And the dink as well. It's a good choice from Kenneth Dale. It's 3-1.
It is, and it's something that it's not a knock on his tic-tac, but I often see his inside game sometimes lacks the luster of his outside game. Good time to be doing that.
Lacks the luster. Does that mean it's lackluster?
Whoa. I think you just made a new word.
And Gummison down the middle. It's 3-2. Got a battle here on table number 1. Remember, it is win by 2 with a ceiling of 8. And we've got a timeout.
Good to see Tommy Atkinson over there. On 4, playing some open singles, I think.
Kenneth Dale again will move into the forward position to shoot this ball. And it's the unpredictability. I'm not sure Tracy really has faced Kenneth many times. Kenneth so far 2 for 4 in a pinch hitting role. He puts it into play and begins to tic-tac. And the push kick. 60%. That's not bad. It's match point for Vu Cow and Kenneth Dale. Been a great performance from Dale and Cow. Can they hold on? Gummison and McMillan have one final charge in them here in this 5th. And a big pull shot here from Gummison makes it 4-3. Dave will now dig defensively against the 5 of Vu. Again, if they burn both timeouts on the right side, and intercepted here by Gummison. Vu rushed that one a little bit. Gummison sticks it through the lane, looking to send this one into overtime. Dave Gummison. Finds the straight hole. Finally, Gummison goes to the short side. 2 in a row, just like that. It's showing you why they are such champions. It's 4-4. And we're going to get a switch here in this situation with Dale moving forward. Boo moving back. Interesting. And Dale can't hold on to the pass along that far wall. I'm not sure I completely agree with the switch, despite the 60% shooting of Kenneth Dale in those pinch-hitting roles.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Boo has played really well throughout and has done well on the 5.
The switches work when he's the one that goes up there to take it. I don't know if he needs to be trying to get it to his 3. I don't know if that was the right move. And again, you see the stone-cold confidence of the team on the left-hand side getting us back to this point now.
That one sliced up the table, picked up here by Boo, who is also a very good goalie. Sets it up the center of the table. Is he looking at Banks? Trying to brush that one. Picked off by Gummison. Even Tracy turning it around a little bit here in game number 5. They were down 4-2. Now we have a chance to go up 5-4. Shooting against Bukow. Dave Gummison strokes it home. Wow, what a performance down the stretch from Gummison and McMillan. Can they finish it off? They're now up 5-4. They have a match point. Dale's fortunate to pick up a possession here. Oh, no, that's Boo. That's Boo back and forward. They're tied at 5. And he does as he cuts that one back down the middle.
Interesting. He immediately went to go back, but kind of said no. Very curious here to see what game plan now they have for the rest of this.
Well, they don't have a timeout left.
Yeah.
They'd love to be able to bring Dale up there in a pinch hitting role, just to come up there when Boo has possession on the 3, but they've already done that twice here in this 5th game. Gummison will look to regain the lead. Dave has really shot it well these last few possessions. Gummison. Looking split. Looking timeout.
And Gummison's, I mean, his shot has been just doing great, obviously, in this last couple possessions, but his 5-bar came alive. Just dominating, not just offensively, but defensively, swatting things down when it needs to. It is imperative to get to that point in a match like this.
Kenneth Dale will defend. Dave Gummison will put the ball back into play. Tied at 5 here in the 5th. Gummison to stroke the long pull shot, blocked by Dale. It bounces back to Gummison. Dave. High back straight. Nope, a little fake and then try to go long. And Dale again gets out there. Gummison. I think he's been at his best when he's kept it simple, lane or wall. And that little tic-tac wall pass, utilizing his full complement of time on the 5.
After that fake straight, he's got to do a quick shot.
Yeah, quick shot here, but taken away by Dale. Gummison will scoop up the loose ball. Even at 5 here in the 5th. Here's Vu with a chance to give his team the lead. And Tracy anticipating nicely, hanging out on that far side of the goal to block it and take it away. Tracy have another one in him here offensively. Brings that one up the table towards the goal. Picked up here by Dale, still 5-5, sent back the other way by Kenneth. Off the outside wall goes Tracy. This match was called an hour and 8 minutes ago. We're approaching, I think, a an hour in actual play time.
Yep.
Gumbison's 5 continues to perform well. Dave strokes it home. It's match point again for Gumbison and McMillan. They just grind them out, Adam.
Yeah, they do.
But will it be enough? They're now up 6-5 here in the 5th and final game. Winner survives, moves to 5th or better. Loser finishes 7th. And that one down the middle, blocked, and it hops up into the air, zigzags to the 5 of Gumbison. The 3-time world champions coming up big when they needed it most on both sides of the ball. Sliced on goal by Dale. McMillan. Fires that one down the table on goal. Dale tried to bank it off the inside wall. Rebound picked up by Gumbison. It is match point for Dave and Tracy. Dave trying to brush it here. Again, I think Dave has had the most success in sticking with his world-famous lane wall. One of the greatest passing series in the history of foosball. On goal here by Tracy, and it results in a possession for Gumbison, who can close the deal right here. Dave Gumbison for the win. Doesn't execute the shot. You see the look on Dave's face, consternation. Dave is a bit of a perfectionist on the table. Hold on. Talk about this one. Vu asking for the jar call. And indeed, the ball will be awarded to Vu Cao on the 3-run. How could they say no at this stage?
Wow.
And Vu will have an opportunity here to even it at 6. And he does.
So hard, Jim, being up here watching this. I did not see that, but you can feel a jar, I guess.
Yep.
So.
We don't have, in our ears, we don't have the table mic anymore. I know when I used to have that table mic, I was able to tell better because I'd have that extra dimension to work with. Gumbison coming back, setting it up, looking to give his team the lead again, and he does with authority. Dave Gumbison and Tracy McMillan have been very good down the stretch. Remember, they were down 3-1 here in this 5th game. They have scored 6 of the last 9. Back comes Vu, looking to send it to one final ball. Vu Cao. And McMillan with a takeaway. Tracy was not coming off that far side. Sends that one down the middle, picked up here by Gumbison. Hesitation wall pass, taken away by Vu. But taken right back by Dave. Dave hovers over the ball, brushes it down along the wall. Another chance here for Gumbison to put away the match. Dave. Strokes it down the middle, and Gumbison and McMillan somehow survive.
What an amazing match, Jim. Look that up, folks. Look up the definition of pitched battle in your Funkin' Wagnall, and you will see that match. But the team that comes up supreme, no surprise here after what you were saying, Jim, was McMillan and Gumbison. You've got the expertise, the experience, and as you said, Jim, they grind it out for the win.
Oh, really? Against who? Against who? Wait, who did you lose to? Oh, wait, did you win Kings? Did you win Kings? And he got stuffed every time. Yeah, he was.
We're losing the whole game against Philly. Against Philly and Devin. 4-4. Billy Means, the corner, they call a timeout. That for Anthony. He scored the last one.
He scored the last one. Oh, that's okay.
That's all right. Come on, Randy. It's Spanish.
He is fun. He's fun to play with, for sure. He's got a great style.
Yeah, I was trying.
Ah, it's there. Who says I want to play goal? Trying to cut it. No, I was right.
No, you were not.
You hit it on this guy. I was right here.
Yeah, but I cut it.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to. I had my guy here to block it.
I'm still going though.
Where? Where are you shooting? Where you hit that again?
No, I'm cutting.
No, but you hit it twice. So what do I have to? You hit it this guy every time. Because you're pushing it, cutting into this guy, no? Or is it going through here? That's a tight ass game.
Well, if you're like that, there's a goal. But if you move,
Yeah. Yeah.
see?
Stop it. That's not gonna do like that. Not like this. Like this. So like if I get my guys right here. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, you brush it with that one. That's a hard shot. He's trying it down. I'll give it to y'all. So you hit that guy.
Hello, everybody. And if you're just joining us, we are about ready to kick off the Bart O'Hearn Celebration of Life ceremony. So please stay tuned for that.
What a foosball place. Guys, this place, we really enjoyed it. I would like to introduce our host. Another mild house in California. Going on. The state of Louisiana, Bill Covenant. Something about Bill, I just want to remind this guy, he would show up at the tournaments, and I remember this one tournament he was at, he wasn't feeling good, and well, that's right. He played in the tournament, and you would think somebody would take some time off. He was back out playing, and this guy is going to play no matter what. He was up with on, he just said this to do. That's a common theme, isn't it? It's such a big part of their life. The foremost thing in their life. Yeah, it's always awesome when things every time help us celebrate and remember that there's always memories as well. That is, you know, hard. So, they do all for it. Next, the state of Oklahoma, Insider. From California, another player that I used years ago. And we're trying to think of time, but those of you who do get ready, you they're all like long. They're not going to do that. And let's say, tell you one unbelievable story of my life. Best thing anybody ever did football for. That is it. But it's also where I came up from. Remember that thing, you football can't help. I used to say, I was Texas for the Texas fish, okay? Okay, what happened to that? Okay, this is what I had played about 10 years. I come back and play in the World Tornado with another character by the name of Gary Carter. Okay. Lost first round, went out of 78 in the losers. Now we're playing, you guys know that old, we played when they had the bar with the window there. We're playing there. We're playing Texas. We felt it was not fair. We got beat. And I was so hurt. I was still holding Holy Rock, and I was shaking. He said, "God damn it, Jesus, that Run on, man." He goes, "Come on, flip it to 20." They go, "Okay." They go, "Oh, flip 20." And I'm not even flipping. And they go, "Who you playing with?" He goes, "I'll play with Larry." I said, "Man, I'm not going to play with you. I'm doing that." He said, "Oh, Larry, I'll play with you guys up." Wait, what's that? You're so kind. I just want to say, because I know they actually play a lot of football. A lot of people know, the fact and Dan. God bless.
Celebration is the community is wonderful. How good you think the whole very really have to ask normally days what for a local people because I don't think and it's one of the friends that I instantly received support. Now let's back up, move forward. So he was a very important role in the foosball team. He started back in the foosball in Las Vegas after duty in the Marines. And made friends down there before he moved to Oregon to do a game. And gosh, when he had to stop playing, he asked for that. And look at this. Wow. No, you can't play right now. But you need to show up. They tolerate me. They love me. And we're out and he's down there and visits with everybody. He was also instrumental in kind of squaring up some of the discipline in our local tournaments. We were also really adopted from our people who do that. David, he was really part of the football community, but football is not define us. So I will tell you that these sons and daughters are basically. He was also very big on but I really did appreciate people. Had a big impact on life. One of the state of Oklahoma. Any yeah. All right. Hey,
There's a lot of you probably remember Crystal Lake because he was like literally. But the amazing person is part of the love people. And we it was very, very thin. From Tennessee, Michael Gibson. Next player I know very well. Booty. Never met Booty. You would never forget. Bitter in life guy, big appetites, warm, friendly, embracing, always with a big smile. To speak more about Booty, please welcome Dave. I literally knew Coop since we were teenagers. And how lucky was I to know that guy? Just a very light personality, gregarious personality. He could just light up a room. Anytime he would give the shirt out his back to anybody, not just friends, but anybody he ran into, he would try to help. Like, he was just that kind of person, very generous. Many stories that you can go into it. Fun-loving guy, bigger than life, just always had a positive word. He got me through a lot of tough times. He was always there, very supportive. Totally miss the guy. Just somebody you can't replace. He loved to teach people, foozers. I know there's a lot of
players in Minnesota that owe a lot of their game to him spending time with them. I mean, he was just selfless about showing people how to play the game, and when he was in the room, you knew he was in the room. He had a certain way that he liked to let everybody know he was in the room. But just an incredible person. I'm lucky to call him a friend, and anybody who knows him knows what I mean. Thanks.
State of Oregon, Doug, great. And great. Louisiana. Oh.
Bo Guter is one of the other guys that love to come to foosball tournaments. He also loves to be on staff with most of the tournaments that people are putting on. And that's probably most of y'all had him for being on tour working on the tables. Bo loves the sport, you know, very competitive, and we're going to miss him.
Yeah.
We just need to have a great year.
Wife is Melanie, is her name, and I'm sure most of you have heard of John Wayne, Brian Morgan, stuff. But one time I saw Mel shooting the John Wayne. He scored it 6 times in a row, and I was like, I'm gonna learn that shot. So I did, and then there's some funny stories in there. Like Minnesotans would call it the long Iowa long. But Mel kind of inspired me to do that. We love her and
Thank you, Justin.
From Oregon, Keith Harvey. Here we go.
Yeah, this one hit me kind of hard. I found out about Keith's passing while I was actually on my last outdoor adventure with my son. The interesting story about me and Keith is we were actually playing in the late 70s, maybe the early 80s, and we loved to hate each other at the table. Nobody wanted to admit that the other was better. Now, I will tell you, on pure honesty, he was better. I just was not going to admit it. At some point, he moved north, and I lost track of him. We got up when I eventually went to Portland. We found each other at foosball again, foosball, right? And we got to know each other a little bit better. He was always interested in some of my outdoor adventures, and we got to partner in some of the roles that actually did really well. He was such a good soul. And I became not just familiar, but friends with his son, Ryan Harvey, which I'm sure many of you know. I wish he could have been here. Ryan was a wonderful person. Keith raised a great son. I didn't know really anything about his daughter, but just a good soul. He was a wonderful person, and I shared my medicine abstract with him, and he was really digging that. So thank you. Keith was a wonderful person, and I hope some people here maybe know him or remember him.
It really is about community. It's about connection, as Gary made apparent, and it's never more obvious than at this ceremony each and every year. From Ohio and Florida, Thomas Wally Hudson. The state of Louisiana, Joseph Bubba Johnson.
Almost 24 years. And everybody talks about foosball and the community and the support. This is my support, and this is how I made it the last year. Without these people, I never would be able to stand here and say thank you and tell y'all how much he loved foosball. When we first met, that's what he did. And I either had to learn to play the game or sit on the sidelines under the board. So I learned to play the game. And through that, I met all of these wonderful people who have supported me and stood by me. And I just want to thank each and every one of them and the whole foosball community. We are definitely a family.
And notice they're all wearing bright shirts. Bubba liked to wear bright colored shirts. And also shoes. I remember one term I said, man, I like your shoes. He said, you don't know how long it takes me to get them. So Bubba, he was a character, man. We all love him, we all miss him, and I am justice for Joseph. Bubba.
Last memory with Bubba was his winning amateur Louisiana State Championship to my son, Cade.
The state of Oregon. Louisiana. One of the great things about this ceremony is it's not only Americans, it's also recognizing the international players who have passed. And this next one, if you ever met him, you've never forgotten him. He was a player who came to America quite often. You know, I've done something like 30 tournaments in Germany, and he was at every one of them. Truly a legendary player from Germany, Hans Friedrich Jet Kirchner. Not the nickname. In Europe, the jet is what they call the snake shot, the roller. And this was his nickname. If you saw a German player, they saw Hans Friedrich, there's Jet, that's Jet. And the reason they called him that was because, and I've done some research on this, it's always a question I get, it's like, who invented the snake shot? And we can take it back in this country, John Smith, who was here, I think is the earliest practitioner here in this country of that shot on tornado. But Friedrich Kirchner, you can go all the way back to the late 70s, and he was shooting the jet in Europe. This is a player who was in the International Hall of Fame, a legend in Germany. And he came, I first met him here in the United States, maybe late 1990s, mid 1990s at the Tornado World Championships over at the Hyatt in Dallas. And he came up and introduced himself, and he shook my hand. I wasn't prepared. He was about 5'4", built like a truck. And he shook my hand and almost broke my hand. And he laughed about it. So every time I saw him, he would do this. And he's legendary for this. He would shake your hand and literally crush it. So you had to be ready for it, or you just sit there fist bump. But what a guy. And again, having worked so many international events, I knew what the Germans, the Europeans thought of this guy. They held him in the highest esteem. From the state of Kansas, Tom Coast. From Wisconsin, Shane Kruger. Michigan was very ahead of music club, played football. Another European player. Poland, Bart O'Hearn. Captain Philip. Barbara, 20 years of friendship, so many adventures, tournaments, and excitements. The biggest joint success of Polish female team footballers on the international arena. A real champion, always smiling, motivated, and helpful. A role model. Amazing person and a beautiful soul. Woman who left us too soon. From Louisiana, I hope we get the pronunciation right, I'm sure I'll be corrected if not. Brent Langlanis.
I think it might have been a typo, but it was Brent Langlanis, and I met him first in 1988. When I first started playing foosball, he was a real fierce competitor. He was always, Mr. Cool guy. This guy right here knows a lot about it. He said it was his partner from there.
We went to college together. We got together and started playing football at college. And we played a lot of tournaments together. We won a lot of tournaments together. And we made teammate players. Miles was for the South, so he was still out. He could talk. And made players like Kevin Culligan, Jimmy Clemens, Wilson Butler. And he sure did disregard an awful lot, but they sure didn't come back to beat us after a while. We won a lot of tournaments. And his mom was saying when he won the tournaments, so call it a day. You can see him everywhere we win. And God did not get it, but they got better. They came out and played some good terms, and a lot of people knew them too. Joy because I really knew what to do. Thank you.
Louisiana, although I knew him from New Mexico, Joey Mahoney.
If you're watching TV and ordinary show, look at each other and just start laughing for minutes and on end. And our family, I'd like to thank you all for really making a difference in his life. You guys really helped. Thanks.
Joey really coming to foosball. We're so grateful.
Another tough one from California. Heck of a player, heck of a guy, from a foosball family out there that I knew extremely well, and others here in the room as well. From the state of California, Ariel Mendoza. Ariel went to, he had a grade 5, good 3, grade 5, and during the 80s, 90s, this was a heck of a player. Again, another player who I feel like left us a little too soon. The state of Oklahoma, Charlene McManus.
Well, I guess there's no one else here from Oklahoma. But I gotta get up here to say something for Charlie. Love foosball. Gave every minute of her day to foosball, pretty much. And she wasn't fiercely competitive. Got second women's eagles in the world 2 years in a row, losing the only sin he had in the finals. And it was a little tough, little bigger fields than they are today. I wouldn't say tougher, but a lot larger. Charlie, at one time, was as good as any woman out there. I just wanted to give her a little, say something for her, give her life, and make a lot of football.
From Florida, Mitchell Ennis. California, second generation player. I knew his dad, Eric, very well. Marcus Andre, Christina Fuchs.
We didn't have a good high school friendship or relationship. It was like, if anybody who knows me and that knows the relationship I had with Marcus, it was like out of the normal. But I just want to make sure I came up here and let you know that I love that guy. He was such a good individual, you know, and he had his problems and, you know, he had a lot of demons, but, you know, I love the guy no matter what, and he was really like a fierce competitor, like for real. Like if I said, if you didn't know him, I wish you would have, and I just love the guy to death. And it's wonderful how much up here and said, you know, how good a guy he was. Thank you for everybody being here.
Thank you, Chris. From Texas, William Paskey. Times. I'm not sure that it was ever quite the same after passing of his girlfriend, Tracy Hill, who many of you knew. And another case of maybe somebody going a little bit too soon. From New Mexico, Nick Pino. From Florida, Wayne Pratt. When I was a young player, the soccer tour, and Dwayne came out to live in Los Angeles for a couple of months. This was a guy who was a really strong player on the TS tour, and I recall all of us who wanted to become pros, we all wanted to be the Vision Furry or Spear or whoever. And Dwayne Pratt kind of helped all of us out. He was a really good coach at that time and a good friend. From Alaska, Norman Red Thunder. Oklahoma. Okay.
Wynette was the wife of a really good friend of mine, Eddie Richards. Wynette was a beautiful person inside and out. She had her days, like all of us. Nobody's perfect. She left us way too early. And was a friend of mine way too early. And I'm speaking for him. I know he'd love to be here. Eddie, I'm here for you, brother. Love you.
California, Amy Robbins.
I doubt there's very many good one of the best friends I had in my life. He was 15 years old. And he's one of those losers that all of us play tournaments, playing for a long time, tournament food. Believe it or not, there's a lot of losers out there that play just because they love the game. Love football, play very few tournaments, and this is one of them. Look at Wayne. He pretty much says it all. He's one of those kind of guys. He had a few words, didn't say a lot. But he put somebody on himself. I remember when I first started playing, I was playing way out of 18, he was like 16. We weren't that good. We started playing, and somehow we were slopping our way through this big tournament. We're playing Johnny Lott, fourth place. We're losing. And Wayne's breaking the shit out of him, right? He's just breaking the shit. And Lott, I don't think you guys ever seen Lott. He just gets tense, whatever. And Wayne was looking at Lott, he got him. This is what Lott was told, right? And he comes down there. He blocks Lott. Lott says, guard, and Wayne looks up like this. Hits the ball, Wayne goes to go, he goes, that's over. I swear to God, he's unbelievable. I think he's a good guy, man. He always go to the bench and different football, stuff like that. And just a good guy. And I love the guy. Good friend of mine. I know you guys don't know him. But, introduced to people as what's Rankin was here. Rankin got a big turn over to tell you about. But anyway, thanks for listening. Thanks for being lots of there.
Richard Obi Roby. They loved food, and she is so grateful that he is being celebrated. California. Frank Sanchez.
Wayne and Frank are the reason why I came here to this tournament. Both these guys are 15 years old. Frank was another guy. This guy loved football. He would play on the game with 8 hours, 10 hours, it didn't matter. He loved to play. Our tournaments, we worked for me at Warrior Team Soccer, then shipping department. Guys, he's one of those really guys, never said a lot, I think maybe the best story I got about him, foosball, is that I had this Christmas party / golf charity tournament down at La Jolla, it's golf course down here. So and I had any money playing down there. And the Frank, I'm sending you these guys that need something to put him together. Anyway, after the football game, we're working or whatever. Then he goes to his banner, hey, Frank, come on, let's play football. And of course, right? He takes, and he goes, Sanchez, give me some Jack Daniels. Fine, right? But here he goes, he gets the people off the Jack, we're back, and, hey, he was drinking, okay? He's hammering stuff. And, one of the band members comes in, right? And says, he's hammering the bottle, and goes, you don't let Eddie drink before the concert, never let him drink before the concert, right? Okay, so, he's hammering, right? And, then, one of the Mike came told something, and one of the band members comes, hey, see this guy, you fucking bad, hey, drink, what's gonna do about you? You know what? I go, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna expect you guys to get any of that games. If you don't, I'll take $20,000. Anyway, that's
From the state of Texas, Steve Short. Jose Sigore. From the state of Mississippi, Freddie Slack. Kyle Stevens.
Kyle Stevens is, most y'all know him from Louisiana. He loved to shoot that slingshot back. He could lose a match 10-1 as long as he made a hard slingshot back. And he was happy. As good as a win. Anyway, he loved to play sport, and he was fierce. He was a competitor. And we said this will do him out.
Red Strong.
Brett's 20 years here at Jason Tibbs, saying a couple of things that I wanted to share. These are my two sons and that photo with him. Brett was a fantastic football player. 1994, he won rookie singles. Colorado, 80 plus competitors in that field. 1998, he snapped up semi-pro doubles. He didn't play competitively too much after that. What he did do is something I would challenge this room to adopt as well. That was his gift. Dana here, she's one of his pupils. So am I, so is Jason. Past few years, almost every weekend he came over to our house and we would go to the basement and play a little bit of foosball. I was upstairs cooking food, I went back downstairs and I see Brett leaning against the stool doing a very simple stuff lane catch ball. Stuff lane catch ball. My youngest son is just walk pass over and over again. I did the only thing I could think to do. Around, I went right back upstairs. Brett had the best up rush pass I've ever seen, and one of the best pull shots I've ever played against. That kid right there, the younger one, he has that up rush pass. In the past 2 years, my sons have won 8 different juniors titles, Colorado State and Nationals. That was last November. in them. And that's what all of us can do. Pass it on, get it back, get it forward, teach. That's what I wanted to share with you today. Thanks.
From the state of Texas, Ralph Sutton.
We are. We are the Sutton boys. Parents said we were Sutton. Our dad was the most influential person in our life ever will ever be. As you see, we have this jacket. Anybody here that knew him, Ralph Sutton, we were his friend. We were his friend. We were good. We have so many memories. We grew up in foosball when we meet people that don't even know what foosball is. It's very confusing to us. We were like, what do you mean? Ashamed to say, none of us know how to play. So if anybody here want to show us or we want to come over here. We miss our dad. Okay. He passed. Of course. He passed in April. April 25th at 3:59 p.m. with the three of us in the room. We got to feel his last heartbeat and feel him and watch him take his last breath. It was the hardest shit we'll ever have to do. But because he raised us, the way he raised us, we will just continue to be the badasses that he would expect us to be. Fridays and all. Thank you so much, everybody, for celebrating him, for being here for everybody. We're so sorry for everybody suffering a loss. It's very difficult. I'm going to let my other talk because I'm about to start sobbing.
Just say, that for those weeks that knew my dad, we knew legends. We knew McMillan, David Farrington, like those were our numbers when we were growing up. And most people knew my dad was Ralph Sutton Sutton. And if you played him in a match, he'd tell you at the end that it was a great fist fight. So, knew my dad was Bloody Knuckles and yeah. So, thank you everybody for making sure that we were aware of this event and we could come and we could honor him. We're going to get better.
Yeah.
You're crazy.
The state of Colorado, Roger Tortler. Next from the state of California, I think we passed away a few years ago, but we were honoring him this year. Gabe Toro. Tuesday. Diane Olin.
Very hard. It's my wife, 45 years. She wasn't a great player, but she supported the game. She was the host of South Dakota foosball. We miss you. Thank you. Last major for me, and I have them all. It's been wonderful. You guys are a great, great crowd. My first time in Texas. Beautiful people. Thank you.
Born in Mid-Atlantic, senior.
I met Warren about 9 years ago. I was in BYP and treated myself in front. I couldn't really explore. Mom, and made me laugh so hard. And later on, I get to know him. Great guy. I had no idea what I was going to say. But I didn't want to say something for Warren because he was a big part of it. He lived with family. I love him.
But a California player you knew well, Dave Varnell.
He was probably one of the best bar players we ever met. But he did play on tour, but he would play like this. My foot over the other, and he was just so carefree, it was so easygoing. Just a little quick background, he was homeless at the time. He was not good health, he was trying to take care of his family in the Philippines. He also had Dave Jr., who was there for him. I had to with my RV, I tried to help out as I could. And he did what he needed to do as a parent to take care of his family. He worked himself to death, literally. But outside that, he's a really great soul, and I'm just going to shout out to his partner, Victor Nia. He's part of the California Hall of Fame. He was that good, and I just want to make sure everybody is recognized. And I appreciate it overall. I love you. All because of this guy, by the way. Stop everything I know.
From the state of Illinois.
I wasn't really planning on talking about anything but anyone else who's more fit for the job than Kona. A little bit about the women's game. When you get into like playing women's doubles, it's like marrying someone. Okay, you just play with the same person forever and never ever switch partners. It's just what you do. Okay. Well, that was kind of hard for me because I was like 12 and it wasn't that great, but I might be. So Amy was one of the first people that took a chance on a kid like me. So, funny story, I did really, it's my first tour tournament ever, and had to play Amy in women's singles. Well, I played with Daniel and the crew and just, the mean boys, yes. And I learned this whole like check
And my parents made me forfeit the event because they thought it was so rude. And I had no idea that was a bad thing. Like, they made people apologize, and Amy loved it. Okay? And so she really just took me and was like, come on, you little mean thing, you're gonna be my partner. So she was my first partner ever for women's, and I was a beginner, she did well first in women's, so it was really cool for me to get to play with someone like her. And even though I took a break from the game, but even when I came back, she still asked me to play a lot. So I got to come back on tour when I was a little bit better than I was when I was 12 and play with Amy. And it just really meant a lot to me that she took a chance on the kid that was just a little fireball. So Amy means a lot to me. I'm glad I'm here to talk about it.
For celebration, there are names on the tables, as you guys can see. And here in the bits, there are 3 tables. And there are 3 players remaining to be honored. Hannah Smith is from the state of Mississippi. Mississippi has a tremendous history of foosball. Great players out of that state. Wade Robertson, of course, is here. This one's a tough one. Pick number 3. From the state of Mississippi, Daniel Coulter.
Dave was part of our crew growing up, started to play foosball. And I was say it's not the same time. We love him, and I was just like,
I remember the first day I met Daniel. Skating rink in Pearl, Mississippi, with Don. He was one of the best kids playing in the tournaments there. When I started playing in the bars, I came back and I started to beat him, and I couldn't beat him before then. And that's when he walked straight up to me. And that was the first time I met Daniel. He became my brother instantly. We went on to practice for our first tour tournament ever, Dallas 2005 Worlds. All we wanted to do was win 1700 doubles. We ended up going 2-out, losing to Kara Culligan and her partner Jenna. Yes, 2 young ladies beat us and ended our dream quickly. That didn't stop Daniel. A year later, Daniel won his first world title, amateur doubles, at the age of 14 years old. And he did it with a 15-year-old kid. Daniel took over amateur and semi-pro for 2 years, and at the age of 16, he turned pro. Not only was he a very talented football player, he was an amazing human being. Daniel was funny, witty, clever. Daniel lived that life with a glass half full and not empty. He had his own style, his own personality. People just gravitated towards him because you just wanted to be around the kid. First time me and Daniel did table staff. It was a national, it's in St. Louis. We ended up getting fired. Halfway through the tournament. Instead of breaking down tables like we were supposed to do, we were doing open tables, slingshots, and push kicks from the 2-bar. Because we thought that was cool. It's okay though, because we ended up winning pro doubles that weekend. And ended up paying for it anyways. Daniel Coulter, he ended up living with me for a good bit of time. Daniel was my brother, my partner, my best friend. He was one of the most natural, gifted, wholehearted humans I've ever met in my life. And if you were lucky enough to meet Daniel, you know exactly what I mean. I know in my heart I'll never meet another one like him. And everyone who didn't understand anything I have said up to this point, just know Daniel will never know how happy he made people when he entered the room. When he passed, it hurt me more than I could ever imagine. I thought I was strong, I thought I could handle anything life threw at me. I wasn't ready to lose my best friend. Everyone who is lucky enough to have a Daniel Coulter in their own life, I say this: live for someone else. Let me tell you something. If you're not making someone else's life better, then you're just wasting your time. Daniel shed light on me in some of my darkest hours in my entire life. He was that dude to me. He was my best friend. Be a beacon of light for someone else, because that's what Daniel Coulter was to me. I also just want to give a quick shout out to Mitchell Minez. He also passed. He was up there a little bit ago. He died at the age of 32. He was a great person. He was also gone. And sometimes you meet people in your life and instantly you just know these are my people, no matter what. I also just want to say something for Carly, his wife. She wanted me to let everybody know he was really excited to be a dad. He really was a great one.
So, like I said, Daniel was with me from the jump from foosball. So, my dad went to the straw with his old buddies, talking him into going to the bowling alley. There's this little kid, little punk kid. He walks up to my dad and he's like, "You want to play pickup game? Let's flip the quarters. Loser pays." I'm like, okay. So I'm just watching. I've never watched football before in my life. And Daniel just like destroys my dad. And I'm like, oh, I didn't like seeing that. And then he's like, "Hey, you want to play?" So I was like, "Yeah, let's play." And he like beat me like 5-0. He like let me score one, but that was it. And I went home, and on the ride home, I told my dad, I said, "That little boy will never be a big I'm not saying that." And he did. But he is the one that sparked the fire for me to play baseball, and I always really appreciate that. He taught me so much about how to fight, how to be gritty, and how to make things, even when you're having a hard time, how to make something work. He was a great partner, and a great friend, and a great person, and like really said, he was a light when he walked into the room. So I don't know at what era you met Daniel, but that was Daniel to me, and that's how it'll always be for me. And another thing about this jacket, it's kind of loud, but it's my favorite one. I was digging for a box, found this old purple jacket. Now, let's see what I have in my red. And I pulled it out and I had a few things on the back. And I realized that every title I have on the back is a title I won with someone who's passed away, all except one. And it's really special to me, and I think that this is the perfect tournament to wear it at. And my partners were Moya Teelins, Jake Miller, he's from Mississippi as well, and Daniel. So it's special to me, and if you see me rocking it, that's what I'm doing it for. So. Then with 3 on tour, that's for all my kids, my
hearts and they love to play. When we found out about the team the first weekend, it was like, it's very hard to get on the file and talk to Carly and she said, we miss him so much. And if you ever met his daughter Alice, she looks exactly like Daniel. I get to FaceTime with her every now and then. She calls me Mama Bear. Which Danny used to call me, so. Daniel, just know that we all miss you and love you. You just rest in peace because these boys still got your back on the table.
Move to table number 2. Next player on the list is a member of the United States Table Soccer Hall of Fame. When we did our top 50 all-time greatest players on the American Tour, we finished, I want to say, somewhere around 18, 19, 20, somewhere in there. 1980 World Open Doubles Champion tournament soccer, and that's saying something. They have so many great teams, great players. From Colorado, Tim Zeke Byrne. Years ago, the Colorado State Championships with Zeke, who came, really has had nothing to do with foosball since the crash of TS in 1981. But still, followed the game a little bit, and came and saw a lot of his friends, Mike Bowers and others at Colorado State. And this guy was a hell of a player. He was. And again, you don't make it to our unofficial top 50 of all time, top 20 or so of all time without being a great player. Table number 1. This is one of the toughest ones. It's about 6 or 7 years ago, I met this gentleman from New York who was putting together a program, national program for school children. And I was immediately impressed with his energy, how much he cared about the kids. He was a teacher and administrator at the school in New York. Got into foosball, wasn't a foosball player. John O'Brien from New York. I had a great deal of contact with him. He would call me every couple of weeks at one point, and we would have hours-long discussions as he would pick my brain about foosball, about the tour, about the history, and great discussions, tremendous discussions. And just speaking with him, if you ever met him, I know many of you did, there was something different about this guy, right? I've been involved in the sport of foosball with Inside Foos for around 30 years. And Northern and overall. And I've seen a lot of people come and I've seen a lot of people go. People who had great ideas, people who wanted to change the world, wanted to take foosball to these levels, and always I would support them. But they would run into an obstacle at some point, right? They had these great ideas, but there's things they didn't see coming. And suddenly they were gone, and someone else would come along. Oh, Ron was different. This guy was different. He had ideas. Those ideas were about how can we teach kids about how to compete, how to be good teammates, how to perform under pressure, or in many cases, how to get them to get good grades. How to get good grades if you were going to be in that after-school program. And many of these kids weren't athletes of the traditional sort, weren't baseball, basketball, football players, track athletes, but they could play foosball. Anybody could play foosball, right? And John recognized that, and despite the fact that he was still working full-time for the school district and in his school up in New York, he still put in endless hours promoting Foosball Clubs USA. And a lot of the results of what he was doing are apparent at every tournament we go to these days, right? The state of Colorado, There's programs there that the Lawaris family is participating in. All over the country, we are seeing the results of John O'Brien's work. And it was altruistic in the sense that he wanted his life's work. Let's teach children. Let's find ways to reach children, to improve their lives, to give them something to care about, right? And we all know, you get foosball fever. We all have it. Every single one of us here got the fever, right? You get that to a kid, foosball fever, give them a focus, give them something to be motivated about, give them a reason to get good grades, a reason to be a good sport, a good teammate. And he understood all of that, brilliantly. And you got the sense that, yeah, he has these great ideas, but he's not going anywhere. He's sticking around. He's going to make it happen, and he did make it happen. In fact, he made it happen more than that. He was a member of the USTSO board of directors with all the members who were pushing that forward. And Donald, of course. And not only that, he then got on the board of the ITSF. He was teaching promoters and teachers around the world how to develop programs in their countries. And suddenly he was gone. Found out about it, and it didn't look good. He had hope. And literally 3 months was about all it was. And this incredible man who was doing so much for the sport in so many ways, you could see the future. You could see that this is going to happen. And then we lost it. So, John, if you can hear me, thank you for everything you did while you were here. And just know how much the foosball community and me in particular miss you. Thank you. And again, Donald just told me, again, John was only around a few years, right? Yet, he was inducted the last World Cup in the ITSF Hall of Fame in Germany, so. John O'Brien will never be forgotten. That's it.
All right, everybody. That concludes the ceremony. Thank you for watching. We'll be back streaming matches here in a little bit. All right, everybody watching at home. Looks like they are done calling matches for tonight. And so we'll be resuming tomorrow around noon local or Central Standard Time. Everybody have a good night.